Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. This is the world of Atlaran. We've entered the early stages of an industrial age that has begun taming the wilderness across the world. And while progress brings solutions, it also brings new and more complex problems, and tends to pick at old wounds left unhealed. The first trains have begun to run in the north along with airships, but the long-ignored issues of stolen land, pollution, and deforestation have begun to fester, to name only a few. But our focus and our second story is on one small group of new allies and their own struggles and battles against a changing, dangerous world. Our particular window in time falls 500 years after the calamity and the great shattering of Harris. With any luck, this story will resonate across time like the last.
Christmas Fortunemær, a dodgy charlatan formerly of the Jade Street Crows gang, but he doesn't remember that part of his life. With a 5-year memory gap and having only recently rediscovered friends he'd forgotten, Christmas is suddenly on a dangerous path left by his former self. Thankfully, he's a master of charm, theatrics, and disguise, and when those don't work, he has found family that, whether he remembers them or not, will fight to the last beside him.
Magda Wrenly, a professional mercenary and member of the revered Taiylor clan of monster hunters. With a wasting curse weighing on her shoulders that can't be dismissed by normal means, Magda has been left to search for an unconventional cure. Now, she's found herself with a group of allies she didn't ask for, and friends whose love she doesn't understand. Years of dealing with regret, ill health, and distrust have left her slow to ask for help.
Noah Borago, a cheery alchemist from Reese's Ridge and son of a well-known engineer and apothecarist. Noah's upbringing was colorful to say the least, leading to his expertise in potions and mechanical contraptions. He's out in the world to find new ideas and support the family business. But now, he's stumbled into a pile of issues that most rich kids from the suburbs just don't deal with. But in his own words, usually with a gun and a grin leveled at the current problem, "Don't you worry there, guy, everything's gonna be hunky-dory."
Foostrak Wildborn, a wandering warrior from the Nathar clan and student of the runic battle traditions of the Giant Kin. Raised by folk who believed in the survival of the fittest, but refused to adapt to the modern world, Foostrak left the clan to seek outside knowledge to hopefully bring home one day. He is set on helping his people survive, even if they're stuck in their old ways and don't realize how badly they need his insight. And we live.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. I almost forgot my intro. I am your Dungeon Master, Taiylor Wallace. And joining me, I have Astrid Knight.
Hello, I didn't dress up. I forgot. Until
What?
I just saw all of you.
I thought that you did dress up.
Oh shit, I forgot.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I actually made it
It's
a point
okay.
to do this.
It's okay. Next time,
I'm just wearing
introduce
this
yourselves.
sweater.
Introduce yourselves. I'll be right back.
Oh, I should. Okay, hi.
Ash, introduce everybody.
Hi,
Who
everyone.
talks
Hello,
first? You
everybody.
talk first,
Welcome
I
to the
talk
Atlaran
first.
Adventuring Company. I'm not your Dungeon Master, Taiylor Wallace. And
Taiylor
joining
the Wallace.
and joining them, I have they have me, Astrid Knight, and then
Well,
Zack
conceited.
Gale,
Hi.
and then Zack Koop,
It's me.
and
So I go
then
last this
Blake
time?
Wolfe.
Wow.
I'm going by how you are on my screen.
Wow. Okay.
I'm going by how you are on my screen. I'm sorry.
If we were going by how you are on my screen, you would be last.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
fine.
I don't know. Sorry.
Oh no, I should.
I haven't
Dress
slept
up
in 3
too.
days. So we're here to play D&D, you guys, and let me give you
Yeah.
the notes for last session. I've got them.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
We helped a courtesan. We killed Miguel, and we
Did kill
made
Miguel.
some blueprints for a blood well. Also, I draw a picture of an anime cat person.
A cistern?
Yeah, the blood well.
Cistern.
Yep, blood well.
I think I should go change now.
I mean, if you really want
Ash,
to.
I thought that you were dressed up.
This is just a sweatshirt.
I'm
No.
wearing just a cable knit sweater.
I put on a button up.
Grabbed the first thing I saw, which was a black shirt and a black vest.
Very nice. I'll jump in here. I do want to apologize that we did not end up playing last week. We had a very sick kitty. Update on Kitty. He's okay. He's back here. He's the cat that you can actually see if you're watching the stream. He's that blob of white and black in the chair over there. Anyway, he will not need somewhat invasive surgery because he does not have an obstruction in his intestines, which was like the best news ever. Instead, he has pancreatitis and he will need to take medicine for the next month to treat that, and then he'll be right as rain. So, Kitty's okay. He's, for the most part, back to normal. He just can't be picked up anymore.
Good shit.
That makes me sad because I like picking him up.
I know you do. You can pick up Hobie. He likes being picked up by you for some reason, not anyone else.
I know, and I love it.
Speaking of cats.
I'm the only one who can pick up Hobie and hold him like a little baby.
Speaking of cats and Valentine's Day, look at this cool mug. It's got a heart and cats.
I got sex pandas for Valentine's Day.
Hey!
Hey! Panda Kama Sutra.
Hey!
Hey!
Not a sponsor.
Yeah.
Get
What is
that
it? You're like,
brand
ba-da-ba.
off the
I'm-
screen.
That's why I turned it, was so you couldn't. Oh god, there's branding all over it.
Yeah.
Nondescript greenish liquid, which I don't drink that much anymore, and I realized why. It's
And
because
here's Laura
like,
Bailey to talk about our merchandise. Just
Oh my
kidding.
god,
Oh
you
god.
That
guys!
would be a dream come true.
Right.
I got merch.
We do have merch.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So you can get the logo on a wide variety of items on our Redbubble shop, and also, as you can see, got the Borago's Brews and Balms thing. We've got the By Death or Discouragement thing. We've got what else we got?
Oh, we should have done by death or dismemberment. That would have been a good one.
I mean, we can always change it.
I know I have the Photoshop file. Yeah.
The 3Ds of the AMC: death, dismemberment, or discouragement.
Yep.
Oh, goodness.
There, I'm dressed.
Thank you for putting on clothes. We appreciate that.
Thanks for not showing up to the stream naked again.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Again.
I
Oh
know.
god, it is
I really
so
gotta work on
hot
that.
in here. So hot in here. Titan.
No, but I'm
Oh,
not.
it's
naked
hot
this
in
time, so
here.
it's not
I like how Taiylor waited to say that until after Ash was like, "But I'm not naked on the stream."
Yeah,
Right.
thanks.
Anyway, kids, now that we're mostly dressed up and, you know. Oh god, this is so uncomfortable.
Why'd you put
What?
yeah, okay. Continue.
What?
Just do your thing.
No, it's just because I'm hot. I'll open the door here in a second. Last time, game 25.
Dragon Ball Z.
In fucking deed. What was the last one called? Does anybody remember?
It was called episode 25.
Oh god.
Friends of the Eternal.
Friends of the Eternal, aka the Cult of the Eternal. You guys gathered up to meet with Serena, and she led you to the Friends of the Eternals HQ in Port Saris. Noah, invisible, split off to investigate the house while the rest talked to the branch leader, Miguel. Noah
That
managed...
dickhead.
Yeah. Noah managed to trip a trap, but managed not to get caught. Instead, he was able to steal a number of locked books. You also found a master bedroom and a drawing room where you found holes in the ceiling and something radiating magic above. You also found the body of a dead redheaded woman. Climbing up, you found an emaciated, hairless, blind, strangely proportioned skinwalker huddled in the corner of the attic. Downstairs, the rest of the crew spoke to Miguel about the accusations leveled at the Friends of the Eternal to do with stealing Overwatch and the designs of Silas's tattoos. Miguel tried to pass them off as being framed by a Cult of Illarka. When he went off to investigate some noises upstairs from Noah messing around, you guys found an incriminating document that actually detailed how Lodestone Museum was broken into. You sent Jasper running off with it, trying to make it look like he punched Christmas, took the document, and ran. But that backfired when Jasper got shot, and you guys, when you were leaving, had to come back to get him. Noah got away from the skinwalker and out of the house, leaving behind a couple dynamite charges. Before the house exploded, he got out into the street to join you guys in a fray against the Friends of the Eternal, some of them being hypnotized. And then you managed to keep Miguel from fleeing. In fact, he almost fled because I forgot his action economy. But you reminded me, thank you. After Miguel was dead, Christmas picked up a very fancy enchanted pepper box that is over 300 years old. And you guys let the hypnotized Friends of the Eternal go. And the Skinwalker managed to survive and escape the house. So, you
Not
guys
the
are...
house, but that house.
The house.
A house.
A house.
So you guys are standing in the street after a very loud fray. Amid a bunch of dead bodies, the other Friends of the Eternal have run off. The Skinwalkers run off. The house is in shambles and on fire. What you doing?
So I'm gonna dismiss the lady's favor at this point. And check on Jasper.
Jasper has been shot and beaten up a little bit, but he's...
I healed him twice.
Yeah, he's okay. I believe he's actually doing pretty okay. But yeah, understandably, this noise has gathered a lot of attention. There are people peeking out of windows and doors, but too scared to come out. And you can hear shouts down either end of the street as law enforcement and Lila Ritter are coming running to the sounds of the explosions and the gunshots.
You already know that I have investigated the corpse and found what I found.
Indeed.
Okay.
So what do you guys do?
Should we stick around and explain ourselves, or should we just go back to the collective and explain?
Let's just tell the collective, and then they'll explain it.
Good idea. All right.
Yeah, I like that idea.
So you guys are trying to slip away without being seen?
Team rockets blasting off again.
All right. Stealth checks.
Does that seem like we know that they have evidence that incriminates themselves, so we're not necessarily doing anything illegal here.
Also, I have the feeling we may also be brought to the collective by these people that are by these guards, police people.
While they're talking and wasting time, I'm starting to sneak away.
Okay, stealth check.
Yeah, we could just, skip the bullshit
perfect.
and then move right to
10.
Nice. Noah very obviously starts sneaking away into an alleyway.
like that, yeah.
Just tiptoeing.
Noah's already halfway down the street, so I don't know what to tell you.
Stealth checks all around.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right.
Shit, I didn't get out dice either. What is wrong with me today?
What is
I
wrong?
didn't
God, you
either.
didn't put on clothes.
No clothes, no dice, no notes,
No
car
service.
gone.
No, car gone.
Oh my
You
god.
could have died. You could have been
You could have been
seen.
seen.
So that's a
what?
6.
Oh my god, why are we all fucking sucking it today? Jesus.
I mean, 22.
Oh, that's what that meant. I thought you meant 4.
No.
I dumped my dice out of my bag.
Didn't you take math in
Of course.
imaginary school?
Yeah, I
I
took the numbers.
also got a 24.
I dumped my dice out of my bag, came up with a 4, figured that's not me actually rolling the dice, so then I rolled the die and then got another 4. So fates
It
have
was meant to
determined
be.
I suck
They
ass.
willed it to be so.
Fuck this stupid fucking vest.
Whoa.
Fuck off.
Whoa.
Alright, better. It doesn't fit me correctly. I have too long of a torso and too wide of shoulders. Anyway.
Sorry.
What?
I just thought of something funny. I was gonna be like, I'm too depressed for clothes, but that felt out of place.
I mean,
so.
that is my
my
usual
God.
day. So I'm gonna count this as a group stealth check for the sake of brevity. And most of you did okay or very well. So that'll help those of you who sucked.
Yep, Foostrak.
Yeah, Foostrak.
Look, I'm a giant minotaur. It is not what I am made to do.
So with your stealthier friend's help, you guys managed to duck into an alley and go weaving in between buildings and out of the area without being seen. It is still Turin 21st. It is getting to fairly late at night. Where are you guys going and what are you doing?
I imagine we're going to Lodestone.
Are you
Or
going to Lodestone
Courage.
or Courage's estate?
Courage's estate. I have
yeah.
paperwork that needs to be taken
Care of.
Oh yeah, you guys, I found some things. We need to go to the Courage estate because there's some things the collective needs to see.
Okay. Let's
Courage estate it is. So going to the opposite end of the city, because you guys are in the southeast end and Courage Manor is on the north end. It takes you a while to get there. It's getting close to probably midnight by the time you arrive. The estate is mostly dark except for electric lamps along the main drag and around some of the villas. You can see there are guards patrolling the estate, the Lila Ritter, walking around. They see you guys, don't care. They know you're supposed to be here. And you get back over to your villas if you want to set your stuff down. Does anybody want to talk to the collective, or do you guys want to review stuff first?
I want to find out what we've all discovered.
Okay.
Ben, what was that?
That was me raising my hand to go to the collective.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that going to the collective is the smart call as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
3. Okay.
You want to tell us what you found?
I found paper. Was I the one that found paperwork saying that?
Yeah.
You
The
found
cistern?
books and blueprints.
You found the books and the blueprints. I've sent you what the blueprints and
That's
such
right.
are. I
Mhm.
haven't told you what the books are yet because you haven't had a chance
Okay.
to look at them.
Gotcha. I'm gonna look over the books real quick. I just want to see if they have titles or if I can figure out who they belong to.
None of them are market books. They're not titled. These are all journals and notebooks.
Okay. Can I ascertain who wrote them? Do they have any names inside them, signatures?
Yeah. The first one is The first one is written not by Silas Veneer, but is a copy of something he wrote. It appears to be memoirs, and there are a lot of notes in the margins by multiple different writers. The second one is a child's journal with the name Artesia in the front.
Why is that so familiar?
I don't know. Why is it? No,
I know
him.
that
Don't
name.
tell him.
I just don't make me go through my notes. Who the hell was Artesia?
You're not gonna be able to find it in your notes.
It's Marin and Silas's daughter.
Yeah, I was gonna reveal it when he actually read the fucking thing.
I don't think I'm gonna read it.
Don't give me. I've got it. I fucking Jesus. Anyway,
he wasn't gonna do that.
I'm not.
Yeah, but someone was gonna. The third one is a binder full of notes and newspaper clippings about Silas, Keladir, and descended bearers. It also contains a family tree from Silas Moore I all the way down to Leon Veneer and Roan Moore Niall. The fourth is a journal that was kept by a woman by the name of Mika Moore. She was Justine Moore's granddaughter and the only person to ever be ruler of Moore's Rest and bearer of Keladir at the same time.
Okay.
And then the last one is a journal with the name Alistair Altera in the front.
Ooh.
Oh.
Question.
Yeah.
So, when we were at the house that we just blew up,
yep.
When those people went in to check, well, we were all in the house that I blew up. Yeah.
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 Okay. One of the people said that Veneer's journal was gone. Is that one of them?
You don't know.
Because none of these are, unless they mean Artesia's. Huh. Okay.
While Noah is going through those, I'm going to go through the pocketbook that I found on Gale. Assuming in the amount of time it takes him to, go through each of those, is I just reach the back and grab that folded up piece of parchment and just be like, all right, well, this is drastically different from everything else that I found in this book. Does this mean anything to anyone? And I will send that into the group chat real quick.
Do it.
Is it the diagram?
It sure is.
So two of you have actually seen this before, like 2 years ago.
Sure have.
You see, for the sake of the stream, it is a folded up paper with a diagram of a human body, with a number of red ink cuts in certain areas and X's in others. Basically, it is a diagram of where to slice open arteries, where to break joints if the subject is too aggressive, and a note of to execute those whose whatever is happening to them is botched or they're too resilient. It also notes that internal organs should be left undamaged. The brain is optional. Females are preferred, 8 to 15. And not shown on here should also include red hair preferred. And it has a very distinctive Heidelin cult symbol scribbled into the corner.
Well, that's fucking delightful.
Yeah. I drew this years ago for another campaign. It's great.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Who does that ring bells to? Is that me? Is that who's has seen that?
None of you have ever seen this diagram before, or really anything like this, but the Heidelin cult symbol is fairly recognizable because it's taught in pretty much every history class ever. If you went to school at all, you would have seen it at some point. And for like Foostrak, for example, you would know this because of more like religious studies kind of stuff. Because the Heidelin cult was a big fucking problem for gods and mortals alike. So you're all aware of what it is. And for the stream, it's hard to describe. It's 3 triangles facing left, right, and down, and then a circle in the up position.
I definitely recognize that.
Yep.
Apparently, this cult wasn't as harmless as they like to think.
I should also note that this piece of paper is old.
I was wondering about that.
It's yellowed and cracking, and like even unfolding it, it's about to fall apart.
Yeah, this feels a little like we're up a creek right now, doesn't it? Like, I mean, we got the paddles still, but the creek is definitely turning a little brown.
Well, I mean,
What?
Up shit creek.
Shit creek.
Oh,
but
gotcha,
we still got the paddles. So
yeah, Jasper, you have those documents that you found on the table, right?
Yeah.
On the desk.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, he was so openly just, yeah, this would incriminate us. So, I mean, I don't know. It almost feels too easy, but at the same time, they obviously were up to some shady shit.
he also mentioned another group that was in the area.
This isn't just us, or just them.
Yeah, we may need to check them out too.
Taiylor, can you throw the blueprints that you gave me into the group chat, please? Especially the one of the cistern.
Yeah, can do. I have to download them because I put them on my... Oh, wait, no, I can send them from my phone.
Okay.
Yes, the blueprints... Sorry, y'all. I didn't
it's okay.
think about this.
I'm gonna pull out one of the blueprints that I pulled from the tower, and be like, okay, so I found this one, and I'm gonna point to the center of it. It's the third one that Taiylor sent, the square, and be like, so the Heidelin cult symbol's right in the center there, and now looking at that paper that what is your name? Christmas pulled out, sorry. I am gonna be like, I also found a girl on one of the couches dead with her throat cut, and she had red hair.
Yep.
Also, this room had a really crazy lock on it, and I pull out the cylinder that I took, and there was a skinwalker trapped up top. But I took as many of the papers as I could find. It looked like a place where they were planning sort of things.
How did you manage to make a sentence that just got worse and worse as you said it?
I was about to say, you
managed to hit. Literally, I'm just going to assume the house blowing up was you because I've spent more than 2 seconds in your company. You managed to get everything but the skinwalker. It did make it out, so that we might.
I only used a regular stick of dynamite for the skinwalker because it looked like it was about to kill me, and I just wanted to distract it. But the one that blew up the house was an extra big one, like I did on the train.
I didn't even know there were different types.
Oh yeah.
I feel like Ben trying to explain all that in last session was my version of you guys trying to explain what you're doing to NPCs. Like trying to catch them up with what you're up to.
Oh yeah.
And everything you say just gets worse. I feel like that was my moment.
This is how Kit was this way too. Kit was just like, oh yeah, by the way, or like,
Yeah.
But so I don't know what Are those Thunar runes on this?
Yes.
Can I read them? What did they say?
Yeah, sure. Which one are you looking at?
All of them.
Okay, let's start with. Okay, obviously you can tell what the median table says. Let's start with
median table?
the circular one.
Oh, the one that says platform? Oh, I'm still looking at the square. I'm sorry.
No, the one that literally says median table. It shows you where everybody sits.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's start with the one that's a map of Amnoblin. Ash and Ben will both recognize this because you've seen a version of it before.
Yeah.
This has a map of different towns in Amnoblin and a few notes about previous. It has a note about soul binding, a previous cistern. But it shows the locations of Tuldunos, Galerwraith. I can't remember what some of these are. Oh shit, let me grab the Amnoblin map.
That's interesting that they would mark where Marin and Flameheart first combined.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's significant now.
It's significant to the Friends of the Eternal.
That doesn't bode bad at all.
I feel like the Hydaelyn cult and the Friends of the Eternal cult are like trying to mash together somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're combining into one big fucking fuck.
Okay, here we go.
Hear that the Friends of the Eternal, Cult of the Eternal, was like an offshoot from the Hydaelyn cult, was my understanding.
Yeah.
No.
After it fell.
No. Yes and no.
Some people from the Hydaelyn cult joined the
Quick
Eternal. Quick
recap. The Cult of Illarka is an offshoot of the Hydaelyn cult, like directly. The Friends of the Eternal were originally founded by a number of people kept by force by the Hydaelyn cult, and a few who either redeemed themselves in the end or were forgiven or what have you. Few people that were freed from being walkers. But basically, they made the Friends of the Eternal because they believed that Keladir, with this power over life and death, was worthy of godhood, and they saw her as a god in Atlaran. The Cult of Illarka is based around kind of a similar thing that the Hydaelyn cult was doing, which is basically trying to help their patron come back. There's a lot of very small cults like that are associated with different like bad gods and entities. The Cult of Illarka is not very big though. The Hydaelyn cult you could find them worldwide, but none of the others have gotten that big. The Friends of the Eternal are only on a couple continents.
And the Cult of Illarka, they're the ones that Miguel they're the ones that Miguel mentioned last session as being responsible for Overwatch and the drawings of the tattoos being taken. Okay.
Yes, he specifically told you guys that they framed the Friends of the Eternal. Okay, so back to the blueprints and shit. The map of Amnoblin shows Tuldunos crossed out because the cistern there was destroyed, which there is a note on there about that. Its replacement in Galerwraith shows Morrigan's Fjord, Rime, Ardsvarn, Holsfjord, is that Kerskull, Staffenmarga, and Zelvranik. It also has the Hjolmanir area circled with a note about the site of the first soul binding with Marin and Flameheart. And it has a note that Zelvranik replaced a previous cistern The original location was either in the Hjolmanir area or in the Seeger Rayafir area. They believe it was replaced around 1150 E4 CP, which is about 50 years before the Calamity.
Okay.
As for the other one,
Square boy.
Yeah, the Square Cistern Map. Most of the map is in Thunar, but does have translations in Common. Specifically, it is marked JY, and it shows a well entrance that leads to this cistern area 15 feet below the surface. It shows the bridges leading to the central platform over the cistern, and of course, it marks the cistern as about 15 feet down.
Okay. JY.
JY.
Hi.
J.O.
Did you know in Elder Futhark, JY is the same rune? It's both Yera, so it would be Yera, and it wouldn't make any fucking sense if I put them both. But Noah would be able to read that circled Yera rune in sort of the left or the right center. It says Yera Haven.
Oh, yep. I was going to say, this looks just like the one that we saw in Haven on last campaign.
How about that? And then, of course, the third one is Hi, Bud.
Does this page look old?
No. It actually looks fairly new.
That I know Noah doesn't know this, but Kenna was supposed to collapse this cistern.
She did?
Yeah. Okay.
It might have been excavated.
The third one is completely uncommon. It is a circle showing the 18 places of the Obsidian Collective, including the empty spot for the core staff. It is marked as 500 E1 AC, meaning that the members on there are current. Marks Hana Yukagara as the chairperson. And it tells that the quarterly meetings of the collective are the 5th of Dothriel, also known as Delendane, the 5th of Kadran, the 5th of Saurus, and the 5th of Valder.
Is that common knowledge?
Delendane? Yes.
No. I mean, are the meetings of the collective common knowledge to
No, those
people
are
on the
kept
outside?
absolutely secret.
Yep.
Okay.
Titan,
someone.
you're literally pushing yourself off the desk.
What's the SDL Leah?
SD. Oh,
Next to Vesper.
that is Sun Dappled Leaves. Their nickname is Lee. It's not
it
Leah,
says
it's
Lee.
Lee.
I thought it said Leah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, going around, there's Canna, Berkana, Kit, Nyx, Leon, Flameheart, Roan, Keladir, Morgan, Vesper, Lee, Nova, Arabelle, Squall, Armin, Sonering, Hana, Core, and then the Core.
Okay. All right. So I take out the square one and I point to that, and I'm like, so that looks like it could be. I mean, that's got the Heidelin symbol on it. I don't know why they would be collecting these, and I don't understand why they would be killing people if they're not actually doing anything.
I mean, I have the feeling it ain't going to be for anything good.
Oh no, I'm just showing them the one with the square on it at the moment.
Because this is it? Can I put it together that that's like one of the cisterns that the Highland cult used? The squared thing.
If Noah shows you the map of Amnoblin, make me a history check.
Say, I can take all of them out.
Yeah, make me a history check, because some of this is not common knowledge. Like, the Heidelin cult being awful is common knowledge, but specifics are not.
I bet this doesn't have to do... Wait, hold on. Yeah, I bet this doesn't have to do with Fae Fiends or Undead.
Not anymore.
Yeah. Alright. 9.
Well... No, they're not undead. No.
9.
No. With the way it's drawn, you can get an idea of like the darker areas being like channels and pools, but you're not really sure what you're looking at.
I'm gonna. Oh, okay.
No, we're back at the estate now, right?
Yeah, you're back at the
villas.
estate, and we're going all over this shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you were about to say I get out the other 2 pieces of paper.
Yes.
Okay. As soon as you do that, and I take a look at those, Christmas is like, all right, this is turning into homework, and I hate homework, so I'm gonna go get a drink, and I will be right back.
Oh my god.
So I'm gonna go find a place to drink. I'm gonna bring the new gun I found with me.
Back off your
in my
microphone.
bag. Sorry. This is, you guys don't like ASMR?
No.
I'm gonna take the new gun that I got with me, but it's been in my pack basically the whole time. So I'm taking my stuff with me, and I'm gonna go find a quiet place to also get a drink to bring back to the room, but take that with me.
And I'm going to go with Christmas.
You're literally the one who's like, don't go anywhere alone.
Exactly.
Asshole.
Like this cult shit has me a little extra concerned now. So
Cult stuff!
just taking along is going to be a good idea.
We're in the villa.
Yeah, I assume you're in one of the villas.
Okay, so we're not at the estate.
No, you're at the estate in one of the villas.
Oh, okay. So,
They're
but we're
on
not
the
like
estate.
We're not in the manor.
No.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You need permission to go into the manor.
Do we know if Kit is still here?
You have no idea.
Kit's the one we know the most.
All right. So Noah, I'm going to tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the scrap of paper with like all the collective members and like the meeting times and everything. This is not public knowledge. Someone inside the collective has given them this information. And I talked to Kenna, and she suspects 2 people. Leon Veneer and Hana Yugara. So I don't know if we should bring this to all of them.
I agree. Because I personally think that Hana is the most likely, just because she doesn't have anybody to share her thoughts with or keep her in check. She's basically just got a rock.
That, you know what? That's true. That's a good point. I am leaning towards Leon because he's a business asshole, and with all of his dealings with Walter and everything,
You haven't seen him in a
maybe.
Sure haven't.
God, don't put that in my mind. With all his dealings with Walter, I just don't trust him, and I think that he has some stake in what Walter is trying to do with the Awaz tree, and if he also got involved with these fringe groups and stuff too. I mean, that's all his family stuff, right? Like,
so
I'm
here's
just
my
saying
thought.
it's too connected.
My thought is that there are only 2 members who defeated the Heidelin cult to begin with. There's no way that they would go back and undo all that work. So I feel like they're the only ones that we can really trust if we want to reach out to somebody.
What, Kit and Kenna?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Okay.
All right.
I will take out the Vodro scroll that I have, and I will write a note to Kit and send it off.
Okay, well, here's the other thing, is that obviously there's some shit that went down in town that they're all going to be aware of.
Yeah.
So I guess we can meet with them first and be like, okay, what do we want to keep from everyone? What do we want to give to everyone as far as information goes? I'm just saying we should probably think about that, because we can't hide everything.
The note that I wrote to Kit is just says, we're at the villas. Guess what we found? And then I make the symbol of the Hydaelyn cult and circle it and send it.
Kit teleports.
Yeah, he just what?
What? You hear a distant fuck! No. You don't hear that. You don't hear that.
Not again!
I'm too old for this shit.
It's been 300 years! No. You send off your scroll.
Yep. With a PS, please return this when finished.
Okay. What are you doing in the meantime?
I'm going to roll up the paperwork. I'm going to stick it back in my bag.
Are you going to share either of the other two things that you found?
Oh, I shared the other two pieces of paper.
No, I mean the deed and the map of the house.
Oh, I forgot about the deed and the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will also share the deed and the map. I didn't get images for those, so...
It's because I didn't draw any.
Okay, cool.
The fourth document is a blueprint of the house you guys blew up. And it includes an attic and a trapdoor into a cellar somewhere.
Oops.
The cellar is presumably still okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think
The fifth item is a deed for the address 913 Borden Street, Port Saris. There's a newer paper stating that the house was bought on Dothriel 18th of 500, but there's no owner signature.
Does that address sound familiar to any of us?
Is that the house that we blew up then, or is this a different address?
You guys would know that Borden Street is actually within the Lodestone ward. It's not that far from Lodestone Hall.
They've got someone close by.
Yeah.
Borden Street, does Lizzie live there?
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah. Okay.
You have to go get her axe. It's an enchanted item.
Yeah. It thirsts. Yeah. So,
Maybe there's an enchanted axe hidden somewhere. I don't know.
I point to I show, oh my god, I can't remember anybody's
Magda.
name.
Magda Christmas, Foostrak, Jasper Gwen.
Yep. I show Magda the documents and just so it looks like there's a piece of that house we still need to explore a little bit, after they uncover it.
I would like to do that because I have a feeling that there might be some sort of structure, and I'll point to the cistern thing.
Oh,
it might be some sort of structure.
That.
Yeah, or
I did find a lantern hanging out one of the windows that looked like maybe they used it to signal things. We'll never know now, but
destroyed now. Yes.
Yeah, it was a regular lantern. I checked, but it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also want to check out that address because that wasn't the address that we were at. So maybe if I'm thinking that address might be a safe house that the collective member who's a mole might hide out in or meet up with members in or something like that. So if we go in there, we might be able to find some clues as to who it is. That's the loudest fucking rapper ever. There it is. Yeah, it's so loud.
Those are good though.
Yeah.
But mute yourself while you're crinkling.
Yeah.
Crinkle.
So
I think that might be possible, or a place where they pass messages, or maybe it could be anything.
Yeah. Did you share the other stuff like the journals and all that stuff? Or no?
I am going to take the journals out too, because I was looking through them, so you guys know I have them. So I put down the first one. This one is a copy of Silas Moore's memoirs, but not the original. This one is a journal by some kid named Artesia. This one is a bunch of notes. about like Silas and a family tree and stuff, and Keladir. I've got there's a journal here by some bitch named Mika Moore, and there's another one here.
With Macklemore.
Yeah.
She's named after.
It's
She's
actually
named after
just
Mika
Mika.
Burton.
No,
Aw.
it's just Mika. So it's
Yeah.
it begins with I can
It's
be brown,
the singer.
I can be blue.
Yeah. Yep.
She's named after Mika Burton.
Dear journal, I can be brown, I can be
I
blue.
can be blue. I can be violet sky.
And then there's also another journal here, and this one is like especially between me and Magda, and I like hold it open so she can see the name. I'm like, Alistair?
This journal is ancient.
Yeah, Alistair Altera?
Yeah.
Oh.
We know he's kind of like.
Wait, you open it?
Yes?
Oh no. Oh no.
No.
A paper falls out of the center of it.
What does the paper say?
It is a
it up.
note written in someone else's handwriting. It is yellowed and crackled.
Is it Cindy?
Do you want to know what it says?
Or is it Wendigo? All right, continue. Yeah.
Here's what it says verbatim. I actually wrote it.
Okay.
It says, Dad, I think you ought to have this back. You know we can never forgive you for all you've done, especially not Marin and Sylphie. And while my problems hardly compare to theirs, I can never forgive you for leading Mom on and neglecting me until I was useful. I've had this book for decades now to remind myself to hate you and to never trust you regardless of what happened back in 200. But in the course of those decades, you've made it very hard to keep hating you. I still can't forgive the man you were, but I've come to respect the man you are now. Titan? Why? Come to respect the man you are now. It's funny, how time changes your perspective. You've worked so hard to be worthy of the trust some of us have placed in you. And when Quinn called you family way back when, the Phelan were willing to work at trusting you. Even long after the old man was gone, you kept trying to prove his confidence well placed. I'm going to skin you. Kept trying to prove his confidence well placed. I know Sylphie, Marin, Eva, Saoirse, and I will never be able to bridge this gap you created when we were kids. Not completely. But I want you to know that as your son and occasional co-worker, I'm proud of how you've changed. And as your son, I'm thankful for the other children you raised since Obsidian Day, who have become just as dear to me as Marin and Sylphie. There's so many now across generations that I can hardly keep track of them. I hope you'll continue taking in those who need you most. Even if you and I remain no more than distant friends, just know I'll be here if you or my siblings need me. Love, Clay.
Oh, Clay.
Oh, Clay.
Yeah, he dead.
Yeah, he is.
He very dead.
Okay.
Why is that what I say when people go, oh?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah. I think there's something wrong with me.
Yeah. So I kind of like I just stuffed the note back in the thing.
You will see that this journal, the first entry is from summer of the year 200. It's that journal.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Wait, that journal?
It's the one that Marin, Clay got a hold of it from Alistair.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, and that's how we figured out that he was in Gunyear and everything like that.
Yeah, it was the journal that Alistair basically said, hey, I want to help you, but you can kill me now. Here's where I am.
Yeah. Right. I wonder does it look like the sheet of paper with Clay's note on it has ever been read? Or does it look like it's still freshly folded, or was freshly folded inside the book?
It's had a lot of wear and tear.
Okay, all right. So he probably had it at some point, and someone took it.
Yeah. So, yeah. I wonder if Alistair knows like when this went missing.
I'm sure he does. This doesn't seem like the kind of thing you'd forget about.
Well, I wonder like when. Yeah. So I don't know. That's weird.
I mean, we could ask him.
Yeah.
I have a second
Well,
scroll.
You do? Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought you only had one. Yeah.
Well, I have
write a
the
note
one
to
I
him.
sent to Kit is an instant, and the one I would send to Alistair, to Alistair would take 7 days.
Oh, okay.
But he can message us back.
That's true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you write that to him?
Okay. I
Let
will
him know.
send the second scroll with a quick message to Alistair saying, hey, we found a journal that belongs to you with a note in it from a guy named Clay. How long has it been missing? Also send this scroll back in 7 days. Thanks.
I would like the two of you to make a history check.
Okay. Oh, nat 20.
Hey.
13.
What does that make it? History 24.
Nice. Noah, being, I think, the one of only two of you that have received like a higher formal education,
Mhm.
You know who Clay is. In fact, you just wrote Alistair a message on the thing Clay created. He is the founder of Vodro Post.
Magda doesn't know this?
Nope.
Oh, I'm gonna tap the book again and be like, that note, that guy Clay, that just dawned on me. That's Clay Vodro. He made the postal system.
Oh.
Magic postal system.
Yeah, the magic postal system. He made the Unicorn Express.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. I keep forgetting how connected all these people were.
Still are.
That's what happens when you're famous. You have connections.
Also, what happens when you live for 300 plus years.
346 now.
He's old.
Old ass man.
Yeah. So that's all the stuff that I have. I will say someone did mention that Veneer's journal was missing, but I didn't see any journals by a Veneer. I don't have any by a Veneer.
Do they mean these memoirs? Are the memoirs like the mass-produced ones?
They are a hand rewritten version of the mass-produced one.
So they're not in Silas's handwriting?
No.
Okay.
What do some of the notes say in it, like between the lines?
Okay.
Is there like a general vibe? Like, are they like, oh, Silas is fucking stupid? Or are they like, oh my god, this guy noticed me, senpai?
A general, almost scholarly theme to it. They almost treated this like a textbook. So the specific description of this particular book is Memoirs of Silas Veneer, including notes in the margin by multiple writers. These notes add extra detail about certain events, additional dates, and note about his descendants and Justine Moores. It appears that those who made these extra notes were obsessed with learning everything about Silas, specifically drawing parallels between his experiences and personality and Kaladir's early development as a Lycari.
I mean, that kind of makes sense because, they're the one in the sort of same.
Essentially, to boil that down to real simple language, they're trying to learn how Kaladir became the way she is so that they can get an insight to how she works.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
So this isn't a journal. And I'll pick up the one with Artesia. This one's a journal.
It is full of child's writing.
Do I know the name Artesia? That I could possibly be Artesia Veneer?
Given the fact that you seem to know stories about Silas and Marin, I'll let you do a history check with advantage.
Taiylor, I will let you know I'm not planning on being gone that long. I was like, next room, check stuff, grab a bottle, come back.
Okay, so you come back to these two whispering.
I did want to check that I thought I wanted to go to the next room, get a drink, pull out the pistol, look at it.
Cool. 1 sec.
Okay.
16.
Artesia Veneer was Marin Veneer's firstborn child and only daughter. You also know that her little brother was Ephraim.
Ephraim Levi.
If only. That's Ephraim.
Ephraim Levi.
It's Ephraim.
Veneer. Oh, Ephraim. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
Ephraim.
Can't understand Barbara Streisand.
Artesia Veneer she's basically the side of the bloodline that leads directly to Leon.
Okay.
Oh, so she probably held Flameheart at one point.
Yes, she was
did.
a Flame Heart bearer.
Okay.
While Kaladir was given to Justine's side by Silas because he didn't want to burden his family with that much.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Makes sense.
Even though Ephraim would have been a perfect choice. But yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to tell you one more thing. If you look at this journal, Artesia's name is in the front. You can tell it was traced, like somebody wrote it and then it was traced by a child. It is a simple diary with doodles and notes about playing pretend and making up stories. There are a few bookmarks highlighting pages where someone else's writing is present. That writing is a beautiful, sharp cursive of an adult. These few instances are all little notes of encouragement to the child who owned the journal, always signed Love, Dad.
Aww, that's adorable. So that explains why they have it then.
Yeah, it's because of Artesia, it belonging to Artesia, and it has Silas's handwriting in it.
Yeah.
Why would this be so important, though?
I don't think it has anything to do with importance. I think they're trophy hunting for the majority of these. I think, and honestly, I'm not sure if the Cistern stuff is actually them trying to do what the Hydaelyn cult did and not necessarily just trying to like copy something that they have turned into a big thing in their heads.
So you're suggesting they're cargo culting?
Sure.
Cargo culting is where you copy something in the hopes of causing something to happen again, but you don't actually understand how it works, so it doesn't necessarily lead to the event happening. It would be like there's tribal people off in islands that like create airstrips hoping to bring back American soldiers that were there in World War II.
Regressive insight check. When I saw the body, retroactive. Thank you. I couldn't think of it. When I saw the body, I know her throat was cut.
Mm-hmm.
Were there any other cuts, or was it just that?
Make an investigation check.
Okay.
Step through time.
Nat 1. So no, I didn't.
Nope.
You were just like, body.
Yeah,
you've got a lot more cuts now.
You were pretty overwhelmed by all the shit you found. So like the body was like, okay, we'll deal with that later, and then later never happened.
Yeah.
Christmas.
The one thing
okay.
Sorry, real quick to Magda.
Yeah.
When I looked at that body that they had, the one thing I do remember is that she wasn't covered in blood. She looked like she had been drained methodically.
Yep.
Oh god.
I actually thought vampire first, but then her throat was cut, and that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. What an interesting idea.
And you said she was redhead.
Oh yeah, she's definitely redhead and younger.
Yeah, you could probably guess that she was like 14.
Yeah, teenager.
Wonderful. Well, the one thing we know for sure is that they're not harmless. So
yeah,
great, cool.
Christmas time comes again.
Oh,
so you
and
walked
again.
into the other room.
And again.
I assume picked up the nearest bottle of whatever wasn't water.
Glasses to share.
Sure. And you said you looked at the gun.
Yep, I would pull it out. I think that there was maybe with his interests, there may have been like as he was picking it up and like looking at it to put it away earlier, he might have been like, wait, did I actually just see what I think I saw? And now he wants to confirm what he thinks he saw.
Well, you can see the image of the gun.
Yeah.
For the stream, let me describe this. I'll probably post it on Twitter later. This is a 6-barrel almost Victorian style pepper box. It has a similar shape to a flintlock, but it is not a flintlock gun. It is actually a more similar to like a breech loading shotgun. The barrel itself pops forward to allow you to load it from the back. Um, it has a hickory handle with a large piece of obsidian carved into the correct shape, the shape of the body. What?
I just noticed the signature on the bottom of the gun.
What?
On the butt of the gun, it's got Marin's name on it.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, she.
Yep.
Yeah.
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 Indeed, on the butt of the gun, the name M Veneer is carved in, and the letters are filled in black. On the side of the gun is a 200 era Molinarch shield. It is Ansem Molinarch's personal version of the Molinarch logo. Only the guns that he built by hand have this on them, and it also has his initials on the underside of the stock.
Yep.
There is the body is entirely plated in platinum, including the trigger.
Fuck.
The body itself is covered in, is that Art Nouveau style? I don't know. Covered in inlay.
I would go with more of a Victorian, like paisley.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it's giving me the vibes. Like if you think of fancy silver from the 1800s.
It's a similar design that you'll see on like classic style cowboy boots.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of inlay. And set just behind the barrel, there is a black ace on the side of the gun. A black ace of spades on the side of the gun. The barrels have the alchemical symbols for the 4 elements and sun and moon that each glow a different color. And the in-between area between each barrel, I know there's a technical term for that, but I don't know what it is. There are crackling, almost vein-like purple and black lines that run through it. It almost looks like a circulatory system running along the barrel. And at the end of the barrels, there is a lovely little platinum design, little triangular design. But that's the Ace of Spades. The very famous gun that saw Obsidian Day. Was it the one? No, Overwatch dealt the last blow, right?
No, Ace did.
Okay,
oh, did it?
Yeah, remember, because, like...
Oh, yeah, because you couldn't reload.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Well, technically, I used Flameheart because that was, like, my final form type thing where Flameheart was Overwatch shaped, and then I couldn't reload. So
Ace of Spades is generally considered either the gun or the like father of the gun that killed a god.
Oh, that is intense.
Right. So there's no way that he doesn't know that this is the Ace of Spades.
No, this is so clearly that famous gun. Like, considering your interest in firearms, you fucking know this gun.
Yeah. So Christmas's heart is beating like just incessantly right now looking at this. Like, he cannot believe what it is. But since Foostrak followed him, he is like attempting to hide that a little bit.
If you break my gun, I'm never talking to you.
Do you see how fucking enchanted that thing is? He can't break it.
It does have a misfire score.
It does. Of -1.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what you doing, Mr. Long Paws?
Okay.
Some long old pause.
Do you need something?
That's the first thing I thought too.
I turn around and I see Foostrak follow me, and I'm just like, you good, buddy?
No one goes anywhere alone.
You know what? I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, this cult shit is a little concerning, so I figure a little extra caution is a little kind of called for.
I fill up a glass for Foostrak and I hand it to him. And then I cheers, and then as we're both downing it, I slip the gun back into my bag.
Okay.
Yep. And then, alright, well, best be getting back then.
Jesus.
And then I'll just pretend that took 10 minutes, and we'll head back.
Yeah.
Watch the Whisperers.
Mm-hmm.
You all find anything?
Gwen and Jasper
No,
are just
nothing
off
at
to the
all.
side chattering.
Just a bunch of bullshit.
Yep.
We
Bunch of
called
bunny
in
bullshit.
a bunch of bunny bullshit.
Bunch of bunny bullshit.
Oh god.
Shit, I forgot what I was saying.
You don't
We
want to see
called
some
in.
bullshit. Foostrak will show you some bullshit.
Oh my god. You said, I think you were going to say we called in Kit.
Oh yeah, we called in Kit and Kenna to discuss some of this because with some of the information that we discovered here, we're pretty sure there is a mole in the Obsidian Collective. I've talked to Kenna about it before. There's two possible options, and Kit and Kenna are the only remaining survivors of Obsidian Day. So,
You know,
They would
other
be
than
good to
all
talk
of the
to.
Lycari.
yeah, well, you know,
Yeah, well.
All of
the
this
mortal,
seems
the mortal ones.
very Obsidian Day related as well.
Yeah.
So I think that definitely puts the friends, in a spot where I definitely don't trust anything they do, and they seem the most likely suspects to have stolen.
Yeah.
What has been
I mean,
stolen.
Noah
Chris,
also said-
a spade is a spade. We should just call them
Ace of Spades.
a cult.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used that phrase intentionally.
About this time, you guys hear a very on the door.
Come in.
Come in.
The door bursts open,
Oh god.
and there's Nyx.
Oh, hey
Oh.
there.
Yeah, his hair is currently jet black. The
I
rest of
love
him
that
is
he
all
just
the same
changes
colors.
color constantly.
He knows make it pink. And sometimes you just feel like being a little emo. But yeah, he just bursts in through the door, all smiles. Nothing bothers this guy. He's like, hey, you guys scared the hell out of Wait, what was his accent?
He was
I don't
Australian.
know.
He had Bull's accent.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's Kiwi.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, hey, you guys scared the shit out of my partner, so he sent me to come get you. So let's go field trip.
Okay. Cool.
Come on,
Okay.
let's go. Grab
All
your
right.
stuff.
Are we doing another
walking,
ice tunnel?
No, we're walking across the
Secret
lawn.
tunnel.
Oh, okay.
While we're walking, I would like to do a brief investigation of Artesia's journal to see if there's anything specific that they were this is important to us, because I feel it's weird that they pointed out this journal as the thing that they were oh no, it's gone. You know.
You don't know that it was this one.
Well,
This
but
is the only veneer journal.
it's the
That is
only veneer
true.
journal. That's why I'm I would like to look over it and see if there is anything.
Make your investigation check.
I seem to remember from last session that there was a book that Noah picked up that actually said SM3 on the side of it.
Yeah, it said Silas Moore the Third.
That
Yep.
was the memoirs.
I'm
Okay.
assuming.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a 19.
Was that one of the locked books?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That was the memoirs one. Yep.
Okay.
So 19.
19. Quickly flipping through it, obviously you see the bookmarks where Silas's handwriting is noted. The only other thing that stands out to you is you flip through, you flip back, and then you happen to flip to the back cover, like just inside of it, and you see there's another note in there where the signature has been circled. It is a note from Silas to Artesia. And it essentially, like, I don't have the exact verbiage, but it says, happy birthday, the light of my life, my darling girl. Like,
Aw.
and essentially you get that this very nice journal, which back then would have cost a lot because it's like really fine paper and really nice leather binding, to have lasted, hundreds of years. You get that this was a birthday gift to her, but his signature is specifically circled. And you see that next to his signature is another one that's a little harder to read, but you can make out the M and the V, and no, you haven't seen it, so it's like doctor like signature basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
But you get that's Marin.
Can I ask Nyx real quick before we get to the building? I'll be like,
Yeah.
So are we just seeing Kit and Kenna? Like, we're not seeing everybody, right?
Oh, we're supposed to see Kenna.
I mean, we can. Kenna would be helpful as well. Yeah.
I mean, I can get Burke to go get her. Yeah.
Okay. But just those two. We don't want to see the whole collective.
Mm-mm.
So I should tell Vesper to go away.
Yes.
Vesper's probably fine.
No.
Well,
We want you, Kit, Kenna, and Burke. That's it.
Okay. She's kind of all right, and he turns and you see him like draw into the air, and you see these like almost like sparkler like trails come off his fingers, and he sort of brushes it away, sending off a message. Yeah, it's like, all right, get your stuff, let's go, field trip.
Yep. I got everything in a bag. It's all back in my bag.
All right, hold hands, follow me. And he takes off across the lawn.
At this point, I would have also given Noah not just the paper that I found, but also the actual like pocketbook that I pulled off of Miguel. So Noah has like everything now.
Nice.
Okay.
You can send him any descriptions you want from that. But yeah, Nyx takes you guys across the estate lawn, waves aside the Lila Ritter that are guarding the actual manor itself. And inside the main hall, in the sort of ballroom-looking area, you see a rather disheveled-looking Kit. Looks like he just woke up. You see Wren is there, but it looks like he's about to leave. And you see Burkana standing there, but Kenna doesn't seem to be there yet. But Nyx walks in, and Wren looks at all of you and is like, oh, hey, I won't impose. Good night. And he takes off. But Kit looks at you guys from like under this like shaggy mass of auburn hair, because his hair's not like pulled back the way it usually is.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you guys are going to kill me.
Oh, hey there. We'll see.
That's not normally how people respond to that. No, that's not you.
That sounded a lot more like a threat than I think you intended it to.
Magda is still keeping to herself that she was pretty sure that he poisoned that guy back in town.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But Kit, like, he starts brushing his hair back and like trying to get it out of his face. He says, I don't want to deal with this shit. I already did all of this. And all the competent people are dead.
Alright, do you want us to go then?
Yeah, I mean, we can just go burn it and move on.
We can leave. Yeah.
Shut up. Shut up. Don't get sassy with me. Just come here. And he leads you guys up to the upper floor of the manor. and he takes you to what is part office, part like menagerie, basically. You walk into what was clearly once a drawing room, but is now just awash in vines and ivy and like morning glory flowers, and bark has grown on things that it shouldn't be on. And there is a desk, a very large desk on one end that looks like it's made out of two stumps that sort of grew in together. There's a few like mismatched chairs around, but as Kit walks in here, you see him like kicking stuff aside, and he's like grumbling to himself. He's like, "Fucking, she never cleans this place," and just kicks a root, and it sort of. Do you see the root like he kicks it, and then it actually pulls away to get out of his way because he is, after all, the Winter Druid. But he goes and just sits on the desk itself, just right in the middle, cross-legged, bare feet. Just sits there and stares at the door. While addressing all of you, he's like, just pick a chair or a stump or something. Whatever. She has her aesthetics.
Yeah. Okay.
Sit down on a rock.
There's
Yeah.
no
Is there
rocks
like
there.
like a table in the middle?
There's things that resemble tables.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to the things that resemble tables, and I'm
Made
just
of
gonna start
roots
like
and shit.
scooching one towards the center, like Men in Black style, where it just like screeches across the floor.
They don't move. They're made of roots.
I tap it, and I'm like, budge up, go move in the center.
And you see Kit looking at you.
How do you talk to these things? How do you get them to move?
And he just gives a little like, and it moves across the ground. Instead of like the whole mass moving, it's more like a wave of roots. Like the ones that were the table sink down and then they rise up again in the spot you actually want them. Berkana and Nyx both take seats on either side of the desk. As you guys are finding like spots to sit, or like Kit will create one for you if you so wish. You notice that hidden in the vines and like this canopy across the ceiling, there's little tiny creatures here and there. There's mice and little itty bitty tiny birds.
Oh, the mouse god. Little birds.
Like
is there a mannequin nearby with like a half-made dress on it, and the animals are like working on making the dress?
Oh, yeah.
Henna is the opposite of a Disney princess. Are you fucking kidding?
Kenna is like ancient druid, not Disney princess.
I would love if Kenna was like, people were like, "Wow, Kenna, I really love your armor," and she's like, "Yeah, mouse made."
Honestly,
and that's her whole thing. Is she just
kind
enslaves mice to make her armor. That's her one weird quirk.
So for Magda, you will notice that there are a few hummingbirds in here that don't seem bothered by you guys. There's a couple kinglets, and there is one single elf owl perched on like a specifically made, like it looks like the branch was created for its perch specifically. And you see like lining the walls in certain areas, there's like little dishes of food and water. This entire room is just a terrarium and aviary. And you also see that there are holes actually in the walls where the birds can get in and out of. But yeah, you all find your spots, and eventually you hear the heavy boots of the one and only Kennebec Ambro thudding down the hall, just stomping angrily. And like as she's like on her way, and you can start to hear her, Kit's like, "Ooh, she's pissed. Brace yourselves, mortals. Let's do this."
Great.
But the door flies open, and like some of the birds startle a little bit and then settle back into their spots. And they're
before she even gets a chance to speak,
yeah, she's just like,
I'm gonna pull out that map of the cistern and I'm gonna hold it up to her.
she freezes.
Yeah, we have some things to talk about.
Happy early birthday.
Yes.
Or late birthday.
What
Ending.
the fuck?
Okay. Sit down, kids. We got some
explain
things to
everything.
go through. Yeah.
Did you guys hear about a house blowing up downtown today?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just a quick note about that house. Here are the blueprints, and I like slap the blueprints down on the table. So there was a tower with all these blueprints in them. There was also a library with all these journals. I put all the journals down who belonged to like Silas and Marin and Artesia and Alistair and Mika and all those people. There was also a dead redhead who had her throat cut and she had taken all of her blood out of her body. And there was also a skinwalker, which I tried to blow up with dynamite, but it didn't go well. So I just blew up the whole house. But the skinwalker got away, but we killed the guy who was running it.
Yeah, Miguel's dead.
Yep.
Cult of the Eternal guy. We found
and
some.
here's Miguel's pocketbook.
We found some incriminating evidence in trying to infiltrate them, and
then Noah blew it
shit
up.
got messy.
Yeah. Oh, but there's still a basement underneath it that you guys can go.
Yeah.
There should be something there probably. And then I hold up the paper that has all of their spots on the table and their meeting times. I'm like, also, you've definitely got a mole. Oh, and here's a house somebody bought near you guys, and we don't know who it belongs to.
I really feel like at this point, Kit and Ken are just like, why is it that when something happens, it's always you guys?
They're just Professor McGonagall. They're like,
Yeah,
why
pretty
is
much.
it always you?
Yeah. As you're speaking, you see after the initial shock like starts to wear off, Kenna's gaze slowly turns to Kit and the eyebrows raise and the eyes widen and he starts to smile just a little bit. And once you're done, she's like, it's like talking to you and your fucking friends again. God damn it. Which one of you is Silas?
I point to Gwen.
Silas is the only good one. And she looks at Gwen. She's like, that tracks. All right. So you found a cistern map?
Yeah.
Along with all the other map of Amnoblin, where they're all at. Yeah, those are the cistern locations. All of which have been since destroyed. What was the thing that we found? Do we have the diagram with the dead person diagram? How to cut people up? 101.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I don't think that this is just them collecting memorabilia anymore, especially seeing as Noah found a dead redhead with her blood drained from her body. Yeah, that sounds like they're trying to fill a cistern. Not sure what the skinwalker was for. It was blind and not in good shape. Well, from my sparse research, skinwalkers were the original creators of like the lycanthropy style curses, which is what walkers were eventually created out of. So they may have been using a skinwalker for knowledge.
Great. They had a whole meeting room in that top tower that's now on the ground.
I've never felt bad for a skinwalker before, but that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
They look like they were probably torturing it, is sort of what it looked like.
Yeah. Did it have any like pelts or hide at all?
I don't think it did it?
Looking?
No,
yeah, I thought it was sort of bald.
It was completely bald, and the only kind of clothing it had was like a burlap sack.
Yeah. It was kind of bald. There was hair everywhere. Had a sack. Oh, that sounds gross. It had a burlap sack.
Yeah. Kind of nods, and she says, "Yeah, if they took away its hides, they were torturing it." because the skinwalker can't shift without its hides.
Well, it'll probably find one now.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Skinwalker's in Irakel, oh boy.
Just
The
one.
reason
Just one.
I think.
Where
For
there's one, more will come.
The reason that we also just wanted to keep it between you and Kit and your Lycari is because the information about the meeting times of the Obsidian Collective and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that proves our theory about
Yeah.
someone being an informant.
Yeah.
The
I
only
think this house might have something to do with it. Like they're meeting there or something.
I think so too.
the only people outside of the collective who know the meeting dates, times, and whether or not we change locations would probably be a couple people in the AMC, probably the Master General of the GWC, and very close allies.
Taiylor, I have a question.
The GW. Oh, fuck.
This might be drawing on knowledge that I don't actually have because of lost memories, but I also have 5 years of unscrupulous behavior beyond that.
Yep.
Is there the significance of them having a deed to a house that doesn't have an ownership signature? Is there anything of significance to that specific scenario in like the circles that Christmas inhabits that would have any significance? Like, does that do you see that often like safe houses? Do you see that often like meeting spots? Like, is that like sort of like Thieves Guildy type stuff?
That's actually a very good question. Go ahead and make me a history check with advantage.
One was good and one was okay. That's a 14.
14, okay. Without actually seeing the house and what condition it's in, you're not quite sure. The quickest thing that you could go for is this is a safe house. The deed is in the cult's hands, or was, so no one else could buy it or use it. But with no owner listed, it meant that no one could be tracked if, say, the safe house was busted open. So basically, yeah, they took the deed out of the system, but never assigned an owner. That way, no one was responsible. That's your first, instinct, considering your profession.
Okay. I'll share that information that, it could be something for a mole or, a meeting place, but it also could be, an emergency safe house if something was to happen with, their current living situation.
Mm-hmm.
This could be where people went to hide. So if we, I'll switch into character now. If we still need a lead on the Cult of the Eternal and the items that they stole, this would be a good place to go if you were one of them. Because we are, we have all this information, but the job was to find these 2 items, and unfortunately we lost some leads. Thankfully we have this, and we also know that Serena has more information. Also, by the way, when we did combat with the members of the cult, some of the remaining members admitted that the theft that took place, that the knowledge is within the cult, and apparently some members do know what happened there, or that they did. I'm trying to remember the exact wording. Did it seem like the way that they talked about it, that the people in the Cult of the Eternal actually did the robbery, or that they knew, had knowledge of it, for those guys that were running off at the end of combat?
From what you understand, they knew exactly how the break-in happened, but you don't have a clear answer as to whether it was them.
Okay, gotcha. So we have this, but we also know an individual that got away that we could track down for more information.
Cool. And, is anybody a good artist? Could anyone draw this person?
Jasper's
did I
good
see
artist.
Serena?
I think you did, but I don't think you had an idea. No, you definitely saw her because.
Oh yeah, because when we were walking
Or
in.
with the group of
Yeah.
people in there.
Yeah. I will cast. I'm out of spell slots. Fuck.
I have minor illusion.
Okay, there you go.
Oh,
I
there
will
you
show
go.
them exactly. I've done this before. I should have thought of it. I will show them exactly what Serena looks like.
Yeah. As this image of the Goliath appears, Kenna looks her up and down, circles around her, gets a really good idea of how she looks, and you see Burkana doing the same from a distance. And Kenna turns and looks at Nyx and says, Can you put out a bounty on this person? Let's start with 100 platinum. And Nyx nods and is like, yeah, okay, 1 sec. And he walks out and disappears.
It also would probably be
Oh,
related to the current bounty for these items, and I would recommend maybe starting with some of the cult's activities near the harbor. They could have a warehouse there.
So you guys have no idea where Overwatch and the tattoo scroll are.
There was something interesting. There was a gun that Miguel used during combat. It was very old, and it had.
Was it a rifle?
No, it was a pistol. And it had these abilities, these like enchanted abilities on it. I don't know what happened to it. Did Christmas make a stealth check at all when he took that?
I don't think so.
No, it was just a
Did
quick.
Magda make a perception check?
I mean, you killed Miguel and then you raided his pockets. I think it was pretty easy to see.
Well, this is the company that I wanted to talk to about this anyway. So, yeah, it does make a lot of sense that they probably would have stolen Overwatch, because they also had this. And I'll reach into my bag and I'll pull out the ace. And I'm gonna just hold it out to Kit.
Yeah, you see Kenna, like, her breath kind of catches, and she looks at Kit, who immediately is, like, up from the desk, and he takes the gun out of your hands. He holds it in both of his. He's like, oh my god. She would fucking level this city if she knew about this. The leader
Did you
of
guys
this
know it was
cult?
missing?
Yeah, it went missing 10 years ago.
Oh,
Wait,
For a while.
what is that?
This is the Ace of Spades. This is Marin's gun. Like, Overwatch is second to this gun.
okay.
All right.
And he looks down at it and turns it over in his hand. And you can see him, like, studying each of the barrels. He's like, I mean, Flameheart's gonna be ecstatic that it's been found. And you see him pop open the barrel. Like, he's familiar with this gun and how it works. Have you actually popped open the barrel to look at it?
I don't think I would have
Okay.
at the time.
He pops it open, and you see that there are still a couple rounds left in it as a couple shells pop out of it. And he pulls out one of the bullets, and you see that it has this sickly hue to it. He's like, ugh, these look nasty. Does anybody want these? I don't want these in this gun.
I point over at Noah.
Yeah,
I will take them.
He takes them out and hands them over to you, and basically they're poisoned rounds. They deal an extra d6 of poison damage.
2,
3.
3. Okay.
Yeah. But they are specifically for either a Monarch or a Veneer Ace.
Okay.
It's probably also worth mentioning that Miguel said that there was another cult in the area, and that they may have had something to do with Overwatch and the scroll.
Yeah, we're aware of the Cult of Illarka. They're not big enough to be that dangerous, but they are dangerous to individuals. And he's still looking over the Ace of Spades. He says, I wouldn't be surprised if they're involved or possibly even working with the Cult of the Eternal. They may not have aligned goals, but they could certainly help each other out if they wanted to. I should return this.
Kit, if I may, I have a selfish request. There's a very dangerous man who intends to remove me from this world. And I intend to remove him from this world before he does me. That weapon would go a long way towards me being able to accomplish my goal.
This is not mine to lend. This rightfully belongs to Leon and Flameheart.
If I understand correctly, we may not be too trusting of Leon Veneer right now.
Yeah, I was going to... I think that's the biggest thing right now. Whoever it is who is a mole in the Obsidian Collective, they are working not only with unsavory parts of the gamblers, but now this cult as well. We need to suss out who it is. And
If I'm curious, because I don't know a lot about the Horsemen and Illarka. What would Sav be involved in this?
What
Because
part?
of what they did to Illarka, would he be concerned?
would
Or
he want to bring
revengeful?
Illarka back?
No, he would not want Illarka back. One sec. I got a story for you in just a second. He takes the gun handle out and offers it toward Christmas, but he doesn't let go of it right away when you go to take it. He says, listen, this is an extremely dangerous artifact. It's not just a gun. It's not just an enchanted weapon. This is a literal legend. And if you misuse it, it could kill you.
I'll reach out and I'll grab it, but I won't pull it from him right away. I'm a bit of a fan of the Monarch family myself. I understand the importance of legends and of this weapon. And when I have accomplished what I have set out to do with it, I will hand deliver it back to you.
Oof.
I'll ask you to bring it back to Flameheart. Whatever we find out about Leon, whatever side he's on, I know whose side Flameheart is on.
And if for some reason I can't bring it back to Flameheart and I can't bring it back to you, I will bring it with me to hell itself and I will hand it to Marin Veneer.
She's
Although
probably
she's
not there.
Probably not in hell. Yeah, I understand. It's a figure of speech.
Actually,
You know that cool moment in
Actually,
the movie?
no.
They just ruined it.
he lets the gun go and kind of looks up the ceiling. He's like, no, actually, she could be there.
Wow.
I mean, if it was my choice. No.
Asshole.
Wow.
Asshole.
I mean, that tracks.
Yeah. But he kind of grins and he lets you take the gun. He says, just don't get too attached to it, okay?
I'm pretty good at that.
Alright. Anyway. So, the rest of you, I I said I have a story, but I don't really have a story. Burke has a story because he did the research. I didn't feel like it.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
All right.
I'm with
so,
you.
you know,
He starts inscribing his own name on the handle.
Fuck you!
I'm just
Fuck
kidding,
you!
I'm kidding, I'm
Oh
kidding.
my god.
Magda,
You just take out tools and
Magda
start chiseling away
decapitates
at it?
Christmas for some reason.
I start
Yeah.
Magda
painting
gets
over
possessed.
Marin Veneer's name with like oil.
Magda
Oh,
gets
man.
possessed by the ghost of Mary.
I would genuinely love to see you try to modify this gun. It's going to be so fun.
Oh no. Never.
No!
But,
I bet you I could.
no!
No!
No.
Don't touch my baby!
Literally, priority number 1 is accomplish the goal and return it to rightful owner. Priority number 2, never let Noah touch the Ace of Spades.
Okay, so
You're gonna be really
Um,
unhappy that my sleight of hand is +10. So
Kit,
+9, motherfucker.
Kit, sort of motions to across the room and says, "Get yourselves comfortable. Get your little kindergarten rugs. Burke, tell them about the thing that you were reading about." And Burke kind of sighs, just very quietly. And he steps forward. He has his arms crossed, as is pretty normal for him.
I pull out my dulcimer and I wait for him to start telling the story so I can play music that goes along with the story that he's telling.
He stops and stares at you.
I stare back at him.
Please don't.
He looks at me. I look at him.
Okay, I put it away and I get ready to cast Minor Illusion to make it so that there's music going while he's telling the story.
Please don't.
Okay.
I'm not from the Phelan caravan. You can do that to Morgan, not me.
I take out some
Um,
animal crackers. Well, no.
Anyway,
oh my god.
he stands in front of you and he says, "So, after learning some of the things you are all involved in, I decided to spend some time researching the 8 horsemen and their relationships with each other."
8?
Yeah, there
No,
are
they're-
Skarian
yeah.
horsemen and the Dissolution horsemen.
Oh, okay, never mind. Continue.
And he says, obviously, you've all learned a little bit about Karth recently. Sav being his opposite, and them being involved with your friend Lorcan. But as for Sav and Illarka, 300 years ago, Illarka was basically the driving force behind the Heidelin cult for I don't even know how long. Essentially, from the point that Ulgar Heidelin was revived and indebted to him, however many thousands of years ago. Sav, back in the time of the dissolution, was not on the front lines like the others of his group. Styonyx and Guillaume and Illarka were up front fighting personally, but Sav is known for biding his time. He has a lot of stupid nicknames to do with it too. The Patient, Death, some call him. But he waited for the most opportune times to attack. In fact, he hated following Illarka's plans that got more and more of their forces killed. And Sav was the only one of the 4 smart enough to leave himself little, not portals into Atlaran, but little ways to affect Atlaran even after the Demiware was raised. And after Illarka was killed back in 200, I found some interesting notes about those who worshipped those 4 foreign gods. That there was a pretty large uptick in followers of Sav. He had waited all that time for Illarka to be out of the way, the leader of his little group, so that he could essentially steal his crown. Illarka ruled Atlaran for 10,000 years during the Age of Frost, and Sav sat by and waited that entire time, and he waited millenniums more until somebody finally got Illarka out of the way. And now that he is out of the way, Sav is trying to make inroads into Atlaran, and now we find out the Feywild. And I don't know if Styonyx and Guillaume still play a part, if any of them are still working together, but Sav is the active one right now, and he hates everything Illarka stood for.
So then I don't know how the cult fits in here then.
They may not. These Friends of the Eternal, they and the Cult of Illarka, either or. It sounds like, honestly, from experience, and he looks toward Kenna, it sounds like they're trying to recreate things that the Hydaelyn cult did.
But why would they have a connection to the Obsidian Collective, and what would be the gain? Would it be to distract us from what's going on with Sav, or what would it be?
I don't know. Again, it may be unrelated, but Sav may be using it to his advantage.
I don't know.
I actually
It's
have a
unrelated.
theory on that. Kit has mentioned before that the collective is not necessarily of a unified vision, and this would just further break them apart so that they can be, I guess it feels like if the collective was more unified in what they were working on, they wouldn't necessarily be subject to so many thefts or being blown up, or this keeps them busy on multiple fronts so that they can't really see what's happening.
Well, that was what Kenna and I were talking about. Hannah and Leon are the two with the least stake in what happens around here. They have outside lives. So if anyone is going to betray, then...
Kit, you and Kenna, you've been around a little while. You also,
Yeah.
You knew Marin and Silas, and you've
Unfortunately.
watched their family over the time. What does Leon think of his family tree? His ancestry? Does he have any
Is he
sort
connected
of ill
to
will
it?
towards his ancestors?
Yeah.
I don't know the kid that well. I think Kenna and I are kind of on the same page that he's one of few, if not the first veneer we haven't made friends with. And it's weird. He doesn't like making friends.
That's very concerning.
Yeah.
As far as I know, he does respect the veneer name. I mean, everything to do with the veneer name is what's most important to him, but I can't tell you his personal thoughts on Marin or Artesia or whatever.
So-
I heard some talk in the city about people who thought that the collective shouldn't be in power.
I mean, that
Like-
goes around everywhere.
Well, I know, but are there any members within a collective that possibly feel a little bit that way, or like they have too much power? Most of it was
Yeah.
directed towards the Lykari, but I mean, the Lykari can't really help who they are.
No, the Lykari stuff has been around since they've existed. And he looks over at Burke. He says, people have been debating whether or not they're people from the first moment we introduce them. And There have been times where people think they shouldn't be allowed to vote or even speak in the collective, but the Originum Ex Elementis, the rules of our order, state them as people with voting rights. And they're what balance the rest of us. As for people who think that we have too much power, there are actually a few members who feel that way. Armin, for example, he's the High Graver of Pyrevale Temple and the Bearer of Sonering. He has made it known many times that he feels like putting the two together just because, first he has to become the apprentice to the former High Graver, then he becomes the new High Graver. When that one dies, then he becomes the Bearer of Sonering. He thinks that that is far too much power for one person, considering he has an immense amount of sway over one of the most powerful cities in the world, and also the collective, which influences the entire world. Arabelle has mentioned that it seems like a conflict of interest that we have someone in the Guild of the Gates when we're supposed to be a neutral party, and they're supposed to be a neutral party. Hana has even suggested that maybe her position, she's the headmaster of Mathine College. She's suggested that perhaps she should only be one or the other, and someone else should take her place as headmaster specifically, which honestly surprised to me that she would pick the collective over the college, but and we've had that thought ourselves, and he motions to Kenna. We've had the thought ourselves occasionally that maybe with all of the titles that each of us has and the amount of sway we have, it might sometimes be a conflict of interest, when some trouble brews and we have connections with people and biases that might cause the collective to not be so neutral. But for the most part, that's never been a problem for us. The few times that we have had conflicts of interest, they were solved by majority vote or by stripping a bearer of their abilities.
Going back to Veneer,
Which one?
the living one.
Okay.
If I'm not 100% sure how the Lycari work, but if we were to talk to Flameheart about what he thinks about Leon, would Leon know?
I mean, if you can figure out how the Lycari work, please inform me.
What?
Actually, Magda, I like where you're going with that. Does Leon have any other family that are still alive?
Cousins and some distant family, but nobody immediate. From what I understand, because each Lycari's connection with their bearer is different, we do each have some ability to connect with each other, even over very long distances. We can find each other. The most extreme example would be Roan and Keladir, who have a telepathic connection, but the rest of us don't have that as far as I know.
Okay.
I know...
So it's not... Oh, go ahead.
I know Arabelle and Squall have one of the closer connections, but that's because she literally grew up with him and, all that.
But if we were to just ask Flameheart what he feels about Leon, not accusatory or anything like that, Leon would not know about it. He wouldn't be able to read Flameheart's mind or anything like that.
Not unless Flameheart told him.
Chose to tell him. Okay.
Yes.
From what you understand about their relationship, I know you said Leon doesn't really have any close friends.
No, Flameheart is probably the closest he has.
Do you think that he would tell if we just had a casual conversation?
I know how we could make it not so casual. We're currently trying to find Overwatch in Silas Veneer's journal with his tattoos. And Flameheart knew Marin and knew Silas. We could go under the pretense of trying to get more information about those two items and then bring it up during that conversation.
It's true.
Not a bad idea.
It isn't a bad idea.
Flameheart is... He is honest to a fault, but he's also... He's very good at knowing when something's wrong. And if he is suspicious of Leon in any way, I imagine he would not tell Leon about people asking questions about him. But I don't know.
What you're saying is be really careful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Try not
into
to
it.
accuse. Try not to
Yeah.
make it sound like Leon is tearing the collective apart. That would be great.
What
So-
would happen if one of you decided to leave the collective with your Lycari?
Well, that's never happened, so I don't know.
Okay.
I've thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what I think we need to do right now, I think we talk to Flameheart, see what we can get out of him, and then we need to go after this safe house address and examine there. Also, I think we should go back to the cult hideout that we were in and examine that cellar that's underneath there. See if anything survived out of that.
We will jump on break in just a second, but I will say, Kenna jumps in. She says, well, being that there was a gigantic explosion in town, the Lila Ritter were dispatched to investigate along with the wardens. I can get you past the Lila Ritter. If you need, I can give you like a letter or something saying that you're working for us. As for this safe house, let us know if you need backup there. Most of the collective isn't here at the moment, and we need to go very soon. So we can send Lila Ritter, we can maybe send... I do have a guy I can send with you who's pretty useful and actually pretty knowledgeable about this stuff. He's from the Guild of the Gates. Arabelle can speak for him as well.
Why don't we... Is Flameheart around? Do you know where he is?
I mean, he's going to be wherever Leon is, and I think... And Kit and Kenna look at each other like, I'm not sure where he went.
I have the thought, too, of like... I look at the rest of everyone and I'm like, when's the last time we've seen Walter?
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Wow.
Well, I mean, honestly, probably yesterday.
The last you guys saw him was when you arrived at the villas. He relaxed for a while and then disappeared.
And we may want to strike that safe house while the iron's hot. They ain't going to be expecting it at this point. They don't know that we know about it.
It's
Yeah.
getting late, and I am running a little bit out of tricks, but I agree
Yeah.
that the longer we wait, the more time they have to act.
If
The
we
building's
get a hold...
collapsed. Like
No.
nobody. Nobody's
It's
getting
not-
into that cellar
yeah.
at this point. So we should hit that safe house first.
Okay.
All
Alright.
How does everybody look?
I'm
I
fine.
look like shit.
Yeah, less than half.
Less
I
than
have all my
less
hit
than a
points back.
quarter.
Jasper's okay, but rough.
I have 4 first level healing words left, and then I will be out of spell slots.
Y'all
look
should
at-
have at least 3 potions each.
Also,
I look at Kit.
Oh yeah, I
I'm
have
like,
potions.
I look at Kit. I'm like, aren't you fancy druid? Can't you heal people real good?
Why would I do that?
We're doing your job for you. That's why.
You're not doing shit for me. You guys are doing this yourselves.
To find a mole in your fucking organization.
Yeah, and I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it, but I didn't ask. And
you can't
Kenna pipes up. She's like, he's being an asshole. Listen, we can boost you guys up a little, but we can't make up for lack of arcane energy. We can have the Lila Ritter secure something for you if you want, but we gotta go, like, soon.
I think have them secure the cellar. And if you two want to go down in that cellar, you're more than welcome to. You all got experience with it. And then we can hit the safe house.
We have problems elsewhere.
Like what?
How soon do y'all need to leave?
What's going on?
Like
What's
within
happening?
within the hour. I don't know if you guys have heard, but somebody was murdered down in Frosthold. Somebody real important.
Helena?
Helena?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And about half the Glacier Watch has deserted and turned into bandits or illegal army. The city of Awaz is under siege.
Cool.
The Atlaran Mercenary Company is about to issue a worldwide call for everyone to go to Frosthold and help the Marrow Legion.
This is not good.
So, the Glacier Watch or the deserted Glacier Watch are about to tear Lindvale Peninsula in half. So we need to deal with that.
You know, I kind of think that there's something to be said for this distraction idea.
Mm-hmm.
And part of me is starting to wonder if it's to also waver confidence in the collective. Like, y'all can't tell me that this don't feel like it's almost like some sort of second dissolution where it's just getting rid of this organization that does good the world over.
That's a little major. No. I get what you mean, though. Yes. We know we're being distracted. We know we're being pulled in every direction, but the problem is that all of these distractions are not just, there was a fake rumor here. One person who means nothing died here. It's major shit that we have to deal with. We know it's a distraction, but we can't just let it go.
Sal's been working on this for a long time.
Yeah, millenniums.
And we are fucking things up for him.
Yes.
Taiylor, I can't remember. How does it work again with when they put out a call for mercenaries to go to a certain place? Like, how does that work?
Generally, the handlers send out by Vodro Post. They send everyone who's active and within the correct rank range. They send them a version of a bounty that basically says, calling all, blah, 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 rally point here. And from what you understand about going to temporarily join the Marrow Legion, which of course for the rest of you is the private army of the AMC. Basically what happens is you are not required to answer. Because you're a mercenary, you're a contractor, they cannot force you to answer the call. But if you do, you will basically, for as long as you are en route to or serving under the Marrow Legion, you will receive a Marrow Legion soldier's wage, which is nothing to sniff at. Basically, all the commodities, shelter, food, anything you can think of that is afforded to a soldier. And usually at the end, depending on your service, there is a rank boost or an extra reward in it. Some people have been known to like jump many ranks by doing this and serving very well, or you can use it as a springboard to actually get into the Marrow Legion already as an officer instead of a low soldier, which a lot of mercenaries are like, fuck yes, officer's wage.
But that was the important part, was that I don't have to answer it.
You are not required to.
Okay. Because I'm not gonna, if that happens.
We have so many fucking fires burning right now that it's not even funny.
Well, that's what I was wondering. I was like, are they doing this so that I get pulled away, so that we get pulled apart, so that, you know, like, so I was like, do I have to quit the AMC? Like, what do I have to do here? So, yeah.
Question. Who looks the worst? I'm assuming probably either Foostrak or Jasper.
I have 18 out of 80 hit points.
Jasper's doing much better. He got healed up a little.
Foostrak. I'm gonna start pumping a first level. I'm gonna use my packed spell slot to do healing word on Foostrak. It's not much, but it's still hit point.
Fey energy surrounds
you. Get 6 hit points back.
Oh wow.
Well, all right. Here's what I think we should do. Obviously, we're not in great shape right now, so take an hour.
Yeah, we should
do what you gotta
rest.
do, and then after that hour is done, I'll have a little bit more that I can do. But the house is in a way with the Lalaritter there. That safe house is only safe for so long. So I do, despite everything telling me not to, I do think that we do need to get there tonight to at least see what's going on.
I agree.
Burkhana adds in, he says, I can potentially help a little bit with that, and give you guys an extra little boost.
I also, if we do a short rest, can give everyone a little boost.
So, you guys want a short rest and go do the thing, or do you not want to risk it?
Yeah, we should short rest.
Short rest.
Okay. Burkhana will stick with you, but Kit and Kenna do have to leave. Let's see.
Burkhana, question.
You can call me Burke.
Burke, question. Are you able to identify magical objects?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hand Burke the Ace of Spades.
You offer it out to him, he doesn't reach for it.
Can you tell me everything this is capable of?
I can try. Just set it down.
Okay. I'll set it down. While we do our short rest, I am going to do Song of Rest. So when you regain when you use your hit dice, go ahead and add an extra 1d6.
Okay. And Burke will throw in a modified version of Prayer of Healing.
I also want to take like some of the papers and the journals and the memoirs and stuff like that Noah had, and I look at Burke and I just want to say, can you also do a check over some of this stuff, maybe some of the bigger things, just to see if they're magical at all?
And he just sort of taps his temple, And you see his eyes flash green as he looks over these papers and things. He says, "No, none of this is enchanted."
Okay, good to know.
But yeah, you guys will get back 21 hit points from Burke.
Holy shit.
Oh, damn.
And
Okay.
I did a healing potion as well. And with everything on that, I'm basically full again.
Yeah, I'm back to full.
I'm back at full. Or, well, I've
We're
been
doing
at
the
full
short rest.
the whole time.
Short rest, yes. You can
Okay.
spend
Yeah.
hit dice.
Yeah, I used 2 hit dice for that.
Before we jump on break, Burke will tell you that through Identify, he will tell you...
Why did that not work?
What?
Never. Don't worry about it.
Okay. He will tell you what you already know about the barrels. Basically, you can shoot elemental damage out of each. You cannot reuse a barrel without reloading it. But Identify reveals that the symbols on the gun do more than add extra damage. Once attuned, the wielder can choose to have resistance from one of the 6 shown elements. And basically, that will give you access. It'll give you access to 2 fun little features. One of them is called Ace Shield. It is a custom spell. You can cast it as a bonus action. I'll send this to you, Koop.
Okay.
Cast it as a bonus action. You can activate charges on the Ace of Spades. Use a barrel to cast temporary resistance that lasts 60 minutes for whichever element you like, and you get advantage on Constitution saving throws. It also comes with the ability Recompense, which is essentially, Ash, you'll remember Nomira's Revenge. You can spend a charge to cast Hellish Rebuke at first level,
Yeah.
and you can add more charges to boost the spell level.
That's what killed the Illarka kids.
The gun holds up to a maximum of 4 charges. It restores 1 charge per dawn.
Okay.
Did Marin make all of these changes herself, or was this after she died?
This was her. Nobody else changed the gun after she died.
Question.
Yo.
I'm assuming, so attunement is something you can do over the course of a short rest. Would
Yeah.
I be able to take the additional 10-ish minutes to attune to that?
Yep.
After he does Identify?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
So you do attune to it?
I sure do.
Awesome. Thank you.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Actually do.
Okay.
Yeah, this is going to be the problem.
Yep.
I have 4 pages of notes about this gun.
12.
Oh, okay. It happens so slowly that you don't really notice it. You just think the alcohol is kicking in, but you feel your stomach feels kind of sore. That's it.
Yikes.
I think I just saw Koop get 2 inches shorter. He's just like...
All right. Good to know.
As Kit and Kenna are leaving, I just wanted to grab Kit and say one thing away from everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So to be like, I'm sure you probably already know, but if Awaz is under siege and Walter is missing, keep an eye on that tree.
Yeah. Once we figure out the shit here in Port Saris, I may actually ask you guys for help with this whole Awaz tree thing. I know you guys probably have business in Constanos, but I feel like if we can put out a few extra fires, maybe we can get not a step ahead, but at least even keel with Sov for half a second. Honestly, you guys finding that load of dynamite probably saved us from falling, a mile behind him. If someone in the collective would have died, I have no idea what might have happened. Like, we may have been able to bring them back, but imagine the ramifications of an assassination attempt. Anyway, we need to get out of here. Nyx is going to put out that bounty with the AMC. Feel free to go after it if you guys find this Serena again. And whatever you find out, Burkana will still be here at the manor, at least until further notice. But the rest of us have to deal with different shit around the world. And I will find out where Leon went and let you know. I hope he went to Awaz like he said he was going to, but I don't know.
We'll see.
Indeed. All right, assholes. And he just heads out the door. Kenna follows him, and Burkana remains behind in the office. Now let's jump on break.
Okay.
Break time.
Yeah.
Break.
Alright, fuckers. I'll see you in 10.
Bye.
Bye.
We have returned.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Atlaran Adventuring Company.
Hi.
You all just realized that you're playing Skyrim right now instead of a linear RPG.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I do open worlds. I don't do linear. You can go for whatever side quest you want.
While the world burns on the other side.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because unlike Skyrim, the quests don't wait for you.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But here's the fun thing. You can just leave one of the potential quests, and it'll resolve itself some way.
Yeah. It will eventually
Is that the
resolve, just not in the way
Is
we
that
want.
fun?
You keep speaking in a way that sounds cheery and optimistic, but the words that you're saying are actually saying something else. And I don't know
Taylor,
how
you
that
should
makes
go
me
into
feel.
HR.
Yeah, it's called gaslighting. I'm very good at it.
That's literally what HR is. So yeah,
I know.
perfect.
Yeah. But I use my powers for entertainment, not evil.
I saw a really good one recently where someone was like, "Here, we take care of our employees," and they like hand them something, and the guy's like, "This is a rat," and they're like, "No, this is our HR department."
Hey, rats are very nice.
No, rats are great, but
They're fine.
I have
They
a
don't
feeling
make
they
for
didn't
great
mean it
HR
that way.
departments.
No, they're too selfish.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, you all leave Kenna's office, knowing that Burkana will be in the area for some time. And Noah, you get a Vodro scroll back, a different Vodro scroll that you did not send. And you immediately recognize the handwriting of Mr. Alistair Altera. You did specifically say you sent him one of your weak Vodro scrolls, so he sent you one of his.
Could have just sent me a message.
Basically, he says that the journal you speak of has been missing for the better part of 10 years. Maybe a little less.
Another 10-year mark again.
Yeah. Little less than 10 years. Both the Ace of Spades and the journal, little less than 10 years. But he does say that he imagines you read part of it. And that at your earliest convenience, he would appreciate it being sent back to him, and he will pay for postage if need be.
Okay.
But he's not really forthcoming with any details.
I can't imagine why. Okay. I'll just tuck it back in my bag.
Gotcha. So what you doing, y'all?
All right. So
Well,
we're going to
which
safe
fire
house.
do we want to put out first?
Yeah.
We have to go to the safe house.
Yeah.
Well, it's hot.
I would imagine that given our location, we're not too far away from that address.
Not horribly far, no.
How do we feel about interrogation?
Like
So-
being interrogated
Bullet.
or doing interrogations.
Doing the interrogating.
Yeah, I'm good putting another year or so between my last one and my next one.
Okay.
But I can get information if we need to.
I'm cool with it.
All right. Because that would be nice if we could get someone alive, particularly, hopefully, Serena. We'll see. And get some information, particularly who is the mole on the Obsidian Collective. So. Yeah. So that's what we're doing. Yeah.
All right. Let's go to the safe house.
You guys head out. You're heading to Borden Street?
Yeah.
Lizzie Borden Street.
All right. You know, Borden is a very common name.
I'm sure it is. But I
so
only
is
have one
Elizabeth.
pop culture reference in my head about Lizzie Borden, so...
Yeah.
I know. You go to a house with an axe in the door. No, you guys head to the Lodestone Square in order to navigate your way to Borden Street, which is not that far. Probably like 2 city blocks away. Borden Street is fairly narrow. Narrow one. It's definitely not a main street. Sorry. But it has that very like old London, like all the buildings feel like they're leaning over you kind of feeling. 913 Borden Street is not directly on the street itself. It's set back a ways. It has a little like front fenced-in garden, very like Cherry Tree Lane from Mary Poppins. Little grassy front area with some bushes, little garden, and all of the houses in this area also have a back garden that is like fenced off from each other with a path going down the center. This particular house is done up in a lot of like plaster and then painted over this very gentle shade of pink. The houses in this area aren't the Cycladic architecture. They're more of the Constantinian Victorian style. But this one's just a nicer shade of pink. It has several windows looking out over the street. And like I said, it feels like it leans out because it has cantilevers where the second floor juts out a little bit and then the third floor juts out a little bit more, allowing for these overhangs. There is a balcony on the third floor, just a simple, small outdoor area. And as you guys approach it, this particular street is lined with electric lamps, like most of Port Saris. And you see that the front little gate, like a wrought iron gate, is padlocked shut. And you can see a padlock on the door as well. The house is dark. Being that it is so late, it's past midnight at this point, well past midnight. God, excuse me. I ate that way too fast. You guys don't really see much activity. Like, there are some people out walking around, like going to or from late night jobs, but otherwise there's just nothing really happening here. The further you go from the market, the more quiet the city gets.
From the sort of like outer gate that's locked to the door that's locked, there are 30 feet or less between that?
Yeah, probably about 30 feet.
Cool. Okay.
I will note that this gate is in a garden fence. It's like the height of your pelvis.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Could step over it if you feel like getting a wrought iron spike up there. But yeah.
That's the good stuff.
Should I go knock?
Do you think we should really knock?
I can knock.
If you want.
By the door.
If you want, I can go knock.
I was mostly like, I want to knock to see what happens, but I wouldn't actually be at the door. I would just knock from here.
If I look, does it look like there's... since I have dark vision, does it look like there's anybody inside?
Make a perception check.
Okay. Oh, balls. Perception. That's gonna be 21. I'm sorry, 20. 20, dirty 20.
You actually notice with your dark vision that one of the front windows is ever so slightly cracked open, and there is someone inside, moving around very slowly.
There's somebody in there, so you wanna, as I shake my mango at him,
They do grow in this region.
That's a euphemism.
Yep. There is somebody in there.
Shaped dick.
Yeah.
Can I see inside the house from where Noah is gesturing to?
Do you have dark vision?
I don't have dark vision, no.
Once Noah points it out, you can see movement, but you can't see inside. It's too dark.
Okay. My main thing is like if I needed to, because Misty Step is basically a place you can see, so if I can like see into the window.
I would allow you to meet Misty Step inside, yes.
Okay. I'd have no idea what I'm running into once I'm in there, but
no.
If the window's open, we could just like sneak in.
Cracked.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if you did Misty Step inside, you could like open the door for us and we can all sneak in.
Could do that.
I mean, I could shoot them from here if you want me
could
to.
also like immediately die.
Yeah.
I may have a solution for that. Chris, why don't you Misty Step in, surprise them, and at that moment I will knock the door in.
Is the person that Noah's seeing on the first floor or on the second floor?
First floor, near the window.
Near the window. How far away is that from the door?
It's like...
Tell me the interior architecture of the entire home. Just this glance that I have from outside.
Who designed and built this home?
That I have.
Oh my god.
It's a little carrot
All
show
of you
that I
are
have.
so fucking dumb. The
Finish
windows probably, it's definitely not in the same room that the door leads to. You imagine the door with these style houses probably has like a small foyer just inside. I'm sorry, I wanted to say that really stupidly.
A
foyer inside.
Foyer.
Noah would be able to see like the outline of a table inside, so it might be a kitchen, dining room, something like that.
Does it look like a tall person, a short person?
Probably
a short,
around
tall person?
Probably
Maybe
around
20.
your height, like typical medium humanoid.
Okay.
Dude, everyone just act like we're all talking to each other out here.
We are all talking to each other out here.
Talking to each other. While we're all talking to each other and we're like within that 30 feet of the door, I'm going to cast Minor Illusion because I'm going to have to use cantrips for everything right now to make it sound like there's like pretty like furious knocking on the front door of the home.
Okay. Noah, are you watching the window?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay. You see the figure pause and turn, like looking in the direction of the door. And you see them like step out of view of the frame of the window. And because you know they're there and you're paying attention, you actually see them peek out of the window ever so slightly.
Mm.
And they clock you guys.
They seen us. Good job, Christmas.
Watermelon,
All right.
watermelon, watermelon.
I mean, we're not at the door. We're just outside on the hallway.
I'm gonna jump the fence. I'm gonna jump the fence, and I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to open the windows, and I'm just gonna go through a window.
Okay, so the window flies open in front of this person, and you hear "fuck," and you hear like a load of like crashing as he just like falls backwards.
I'm summoning the lady's favor and knocking the door in.
Yep, Kusarigama's in my hand.
Oh god!
Yes, we're doing this.
All right.
I guess it's B&E then.
I'm just gonna go through the window, you guys.
If it's already been E'd. We're just doing the being.
I won't start up initiative yet because we'll see what happens, but Foostrak, go ahead. Make an attack roll against that there door.
That one.
That is a 17.
Yeah, it's a door.
Yeah, that's the lowest that I've rolled in a while for that.
Okay, roll your damage.
All right. And that is going to be 16 damage.
It's a cheap door on a cheap house in the middle of like the slum part of the outer market. You just basically, you don't have to like swing it, you just push it through the door and it splinters and falls off the hinges, and you see indeed a little foyer just inside with a little wardrobe and a little coat rack. And you see an archway that seems to lead into a den area. And you see the guy that you guys scared the shit out of scrambling to try to like pick himself up, and he like stands and gets up and he like stops in front of the archway and sees you guys. You guys
hold on. I'm behind Foostrak, and as soon as we walk in, I'm like, I think this is just the nicest little foyer.
Yeah, we should move in.
I mean, you do have the deed. Just put your
We
name
have
on
the
it.
deed.
Yeah.
You guys.
This is our house.
You guys see a blonde, short hair, half elven man, tan-er skin, but still pretty pale. He's not wearing anything special per se. You can see little bits of like leather, like almost Forester style armor on him. Like kind of imagine Aragorn's outfit, but clean. But you can see that he has a satchel on him, and he has a little rolled up piece of paper in one hand, and he's staring at you guys like you just caught him with his hand in the cookie jar.
I'm going to reach out my Kusarigama chain, and I'm going to try and wrap it around him.
Okay.
Tight.
Go ahead. I'll give you advantage because he's fucking petrified.
At first I was afraid.
I was petrified.
Man, if he hadn't gotten up, I was going to be like, oh, could I help you with that? And just snatch him up.
Yeah.
That is a 21.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The grapple check works.
If you're just trying to grapple him, he fails any kind of getting out of it. So you just wrap it around him, and his like arms are like pinned to his sides, and he's like, I can explain. I can explain.
We'd love to hear it.
You're gonna what?
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna go grab the parchment out of his hand.
Okay.
I'm gonna
yeah.
like push him down to the ground so that he can't like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am still struggling through the window.
Cool.
I help Noah through the window.
Thank you.
Just lean out and grab him by his
Oh my God.
armpits and pick him up into the window.
God, they don't make these windows like they used to.
Christmas, you will find a document that is written entirely in Thunar and encoded.
Ooh.
Well, that's fun.
It looks like it was freshly written.
It's in Thieves' Cunt.
All right. Who else is in here?
It's just me. It's just me. I swear.
Insight
I'm
check.
glad you're the only one that heard that, Harris.
I'd like to make an insight check.
Yeah, go.
Okay.
Ooh, that came out of nowhere.
16.
I simultaneously love and hate all of you.
16.
Yeah. He's real scared. You're pretty sure he's telling the truth.
Okay.
It's like, it's just me. I'm sorry. I didn't know this was your house. I'll leave. I didn't take anything, I swear.
Well, that
No.
doesn't really answer the question of why it fear, though.
Yeah.
Are you
You
the
just
thief?
admitted it's not your house.
well,
Mm.
What are you
no.
doing here?
Are you the cleaning lady?
Yeah.
I'm going to, leaving him wrapped up, I'm going to take my rapier out. And I'm going to level it like right underneath his chin.
No. That's not necessary, ma'am. We don't.
No,
need to
I
do
think it
that.
is
Ma'am.
necessary.
Is there a
No,
coat hook that we can like string them up?
Whoa!
on the wall by
Oh.
somewhere? Just,
Like
put 'em up on the
Kevin
wall so he
McAllister.
ain't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
there's-
gonna tap the lady's favor on the ground and cast light. Just so that there's some light in this room, and then I'm just gonna
Yeah.
point the glowing head of it at him.
We don't need to do this.
All right. You're going to tell us who you're working for, and you're going to tell us where the rest of them are.
There aren't any rest of them. It is just me.
No,
telling the
I'm
truth?
I'm
You wanna
gonna
insight
like.
check that?
Yeah, I want to insight check that.
Okay.
What's my insight? -1. Sweet. 6.
There's nobody else in here but him.
Yeah, I'm gonna jam the point of my rapier into like his shoulder.
No, it's not necessary. It's not.
Do you
Oh,
wanna
fuck,
do you
that
wanna try
hurts.
that again?
I swear to God, there's nobody else in this house but me.
I would like to-
checked.
No, I would like to know who you're working for.
It is kind of. All right.
I'm gonna twist the rapier.
Okay,
Yeah.
Magda.
What?
Let's start at the beginning, okay? I'll wink at Magda.
The very beginning.
What is your name, son?
My name's Sam.
Okay. Sam, my friend here, she has a bit of a temper, and she lets it get away
You
from
don't
her
say.
sometimes. Yeah, so, if you'd like her to stop, poking you with the sharp thing there, let me just real quick, I'm gonna need about 5 minutes with this, and I'm gonna know exactly what it says.
I mean, it's just notes.
How does that make you feel?
You really shouldn't, because you'll get in trouble with way more important people than me.
Like who?
Like who?
Like, oh God, I'm not really supposed to tell anybody, because it's kind of.
I'm gonna push it down a little bit deeper.
I'm with the Guild of the Gate. I'm with the fucking Guild of the Gate. Jesus Christ.
With the guild of the, I would like to run an insight check on that.
I'm a fucking chaser. Oh my God.
I'm running an insight check on that.
That actually checks out with what we thought.
Yeah.
I failed my insight check anyway.
You don't know that because I rolled against you. What did you roll?
7.
He's a chaser.
Huh.
I will pull the rapier back out.
Somehow that's worse. Oh God.
How can you prove that you're a chaser?
I mean, I got a badge. If you need, I've got a fucking.
Where?
It's in my chest pocket.
I will go rifle in his chest pocket and I will pull out.
You find a seal of the 9 rings of the Realm Gate. You would actually have one of these too because you're from the Taiylor clan. As far as you can tell, it appears to be real.
All right, I will unwrap him.
Whoa.
Huh?
He's got a badge.
He does have a badge. We also know from our friends at the Friends of the Eternal that they were connected to Chaser in some way, who may not be up to some maybe up to some no good.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys know what's happening then. That's perfect. Why did you have to stab me? We're supposed to be friends.
We didn't know who the fuck you were.
You just had to ask.
Yeah, because you would have just told us.
Are you friends with the Eternal, or are you friends with the Guild of the Gate, or both?
No, I'm not friends with those crazy ass people. Jesus Christ.
Okay. No, thank you for clearing that up. I appreciate it.
My name's Sam Rosengard. I'm a senior chaser. God.
Wait, hold on.
Does that name sound familiar to me?
Make a history check?
Yeah, did Kenna send you? We just stabbed the person she immediately said.
12.
Where is my chapstick?
You...
There it is.
You don't know the main Guild of the Gate well enough. You only know the Taiylor clan.
Did Kenna McAmbro send you?
Yeah? Why?
Okay. Well, we found
I technically work for Arabelle, but god fucking damn it.
Did they just send you?
Yeah, like not that long ago.
Alright, so then what the fuck does this say?
They're notes. I was taking notes on what I found here. I ain't found shit except for some weird hatch in the basement I can't open.
Alright.
Oh, I can fix that.
Yep, you let him
I'm
figure that.
I'm gonna toss him a potion, and I'm gonna go with Noah into the basement.
I'm gonna start looking for crow marks.
I'm gonna look at Sam, just kind of stare at him for a little bit, and then I'm gonna go, and then just move on.
Wait, who the fuck are you people?
Kenna sent us.
We were sent by, yeah,
Yeah.
what he said.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Actually, we're the people who gave Kenna the information to send you out here, so yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
technically
you're-
we sent us those.
Okay, you're the one she refers to as the assholes. All right.
That's
Which is hilarious considering her.
I know, right?
Guys, we really need to
You've
come
all
up with a
met-
better name.
Yeah, you've met Magda now, so you see why that's the name.
No, right.
Listen,
Yeah.
I think Kenna and I get along better than half of y'all, but alright.
I know a Taiylor clanner when I see one. That's pretty fucking normal.
Mm.
Oh god.
Noah,
we
let's
do-
go
we
open up
do
a door.
need
Hold
We do
on,
need to,
hold on. There's a trick
to
to
get a better
it.
name.
There's a trick to it. Like what?
Yeah, like there's a few traps down there. Can I?
Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
No, but I'll bypass the ones I already know how to
Yeah,
get past.
just
Okay,
yeah,
fine.
let
You
him
want to
hit-
take
let
all
him
the
make
fun
it.
out of it, fine.
Question,
You can-
When you were before we go down there, real quick, when you were searching around for stuff, you didn't happen to find any weird markings that looked like this, right? And I'll just hold up my page that I have that has all the different like crow markings. I've memorized what they mean
Yeah,
at this point, so I don't have what they mean. It literally just looks like gibberish to anyone else.
Yeah, he looks at them and kind of squints, and he's like, "Are those look kind of familiar? But no, I ain't seen any here.
Okay.
Why
have
do you-
seen it?
Why do you know those?"
That's on a
Classified
need-to-know
information.
basis. Yeah,
It's on a-
Okay. Well,
Hold on. Why do you know what they are?
because I'm a chaser. It's my job to know things.
Well,
People who know
Well,
things
then
are
just
suspicious.
Just assume the same of me.
that's a official
So-
Obsidian Collective business. We are employees.
So
the Obsidian
hold on.
Collective.
Do y'all have a turncoat crow working with you?
Nope.
Nope.
Then what are you? And he points at Christmas.
He's a fortune maker.
He's a dick.
Yeah.
Oh shit! You're Christmas Fortunemær?
Oh,
Oh,
no!
fuck,
God
damn
damn
it.
it!
God damn it, Noah.
Oh,
Sorry.
God.
Well,
I used thaumaturgy to close all the windows.
Magda, rope him back up. We gotta kill him now.
All right.
Whoa! No, I happen to have some experience with the crows.
Like what kind of experience? Huh?
Like trying to figure out how the fuck they keep moving residuum through the realm gate.
Is this like entry level experience or like mid to senior level
Senior
experience?
senior chaser.
Senior
Senior.
cra- Oh!
Oh!
Chaser. You guys know I
We
have
got
dyslexia. Shut the fuck up.
Jesus. What if this guy is just like literally a person who's been running around chasing actual crows the whole time?
I haven't found no green ones yet, but
Yeah, god damn it, where are the jade crows?
Yeah. But
I
he
will-
says
I'll reach out a hand to shake his hand.
he extends his bloody hand like sorry.
And
I did give him a potion.
I will.
That doesn't
actually-
get rid of blood.
Yeah. It's. Yeah.
You know you're in like some deep shit, right, Mr. Fortunemær?
I was born in it.
You should meet the rest of us.
That's concerning. Yeah,
I was born.
I don't know if y'all have
Molded
been
by
Wounded by it.
Molded by it.
I don't know if y'all have been to Constanos recently,
why I did
but
yoga.
like all the like dark, seedy parts of the city are like hunting for this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can you
I think
question?
the whole world is. At this point.
How good are you at traveling? Because I would really like to know some of those seedy places that you're talking about.
I travel through the Guild of the Gates resources.
All right.
Cool.
Well,
That's good to know.
why don't we get all this information after? Let's go downstairs, get that thing open.
Yeah.
Then I don't want
Okay.
anyone else showing up here, if necessary.
Yeah. Sam leads you guys to the kitchen where there is a trapdoor leading down a set of stairs into a cellar. And you see down in this pretty small root cellar, there's a lot of food stored down here that's probably been down here a while. Some of it may still be good, but not much of it. But in the center of the floor in here, you see the entire floor is made of paving stones, and Sam, as he reaches the bottom of the stairs, he says, "Now hold up, 1 second." And you see him place a foot on a specific stone, and you see him turn and sort of cast a hand toward a wall, where you see there are brackets all around this room, and a mage hand extends off his arm and reaches over and pulls down on one of these brackets before he takes another step, and then another, very carefully placing his feet.
Does he have to move mage hand every single time?
No, just the one, but it holds the bracket down.
Gotcha.
And as he gets to the central paving stone, he leans down and lifts it up, and you see there's a hatch underneath. He lets go of the mage hand, and you see him start drawing runes onto the actual hatch itself, and you hear a very slight fizzle happen. He's like, "Okay, now you can walk freely."
Oh, okay. I'm gonna take out one of those stones from my pocket and use my. Do I still have magical tinkering left? Yep, I'll use magical tinkering to give it 5 feet radius of light.
Foostrak's still got light going on his hammer.
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I have light
never
going on
mind.
my hammer.
Then I undo that.
Was it just us who came here, or was Jasper and Gwen, did they come too?
Did you bring Jasper and Gwen with you?
I don't know.
I assume they were with us.
Okay, then.
I assumed they were.
I'm gonna turn to them and be like, "Hey,
Gwen probably wouldn't be able to fit down here.
Yeah, okay. I'll call back up to her like, "Hey, let us know if anyone shows up there." And
yeah, I've got it.
Okay, Jasper, maybe you want to go with her too for backup.
Probably a good idea. And
Yeah.
Yes, but actually, can if the two of you don't leave each other's side or anything like that, but if you guys take a look around and see if this house looks like it actually gets used.
Okay.
Food down here is awful old.
Yeah, and he heads up the stairs.
Okay, I'm gonna take a look at this trap door.
Yeah. You immediately upon looking at it, you can see that Sam dispelled or beat some kind of spell that would basically fuck you up if you even touch this door. But it is now free to touch, but it's very clear that there's more happening with this hatch. It's very heavily guarded.
I'm going to search it for traps.
Go ahead.
Investigation, right?
Mm-hmm.
21.
Just from a cursory glance, really, this thing is trapped within an inch of its life, physically and magically.
Okay.
Krishna, if you have... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You do see there is a keyhole to it that is similar but not exactly the same as the lock cylinder you have.
Ooh.
It has a few different twists and turns in the keyway, but it's a similar design.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no.
I've unlocked one of these before. So I'm going to, what?
It's also magically.
Is it magically? He just
said that.
No, I said he got rid of one trap. It is still trapped within an inch of its life.
Oh. Well. How thick? I turn to Sam, like, how thick do you think this door is? And I'm like tapping on it. It's wood, right?
Yeah. And he kind of puts his foot on it and tests it a little bit. He's like, I don't know, that's pretty solid. Probably a few inches. I mean, it'd hold any of our weight.
I have a lot of gunpowder. I could fill it up.
Well, I think we need to undo some magic stuff on it first.
I
yeah?
can't do that.
Well,
We,
and Christmas
we
is
also
all out of
may-
spell slots.
We also may want to save some of that blowy uppy stuff for depending on what's under this.
Yeah.
There also doesn't seem to be any immediate threat here. I half expected there to be a bunch of cultist friends here. No, they're cultists.
They're
They're
cultists.
Here to be hanging out, waiting for directions on what to do next, but there's nobody here. We could just sleep here, and in the morning come down here and just open it up.
I mean,
We do have a whole house.
It is our house.
It is our house.
This is your house?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Actually,
I pulled out the
kind of
deed.
technically it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
Maybe not super official, but if you
Well-
own the deed to a home.
Oh, I take a pen out and I sign the deed. It's mine.
Cool. You have a house now.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah,
The newest location for Borago's Brews and Balms.
Yep.
Yeah.
There it is.
Sam is just kind of bewildered, and he's like, okay, well, sorry for breaking into and rifling through your house.
It's okay. We did the same thing.
It's okay.
We will be
just got
pressing
it, so-
charges.
And
Yeah.
and he reaches into his satchel and he pulls out a solid platinum teapot, and he says, this is technically yours.
Oh, so you were. What else you got in that bag?
Nothing.
Just a chaser
nothing,
then, huh?
Nothing.
Can I
Listen,
try to take- I want to try
listen.
to take his bag. Can I try to take his bag?
His bag is wrapped around him.
Okay, I have a +9 to sleight of hand.
His bag is wrapped around him.
Okay.
You would have to get it over his head, over his shoulder, over his arm, which is holding the teapot.
I'm going to take my kusarigama and I'm going to try and cut the bag strap
Oh my
off
god.
of-
You guys are such bullies. He's trying to help you.
Well,
I'm
stealing
going-
our shit.
Our house.
I'm going to nicely take the teapot from him and put it in my bag.
Foostrak, that does technically belong to Noah. So just,
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
careful what
Yeah.
you do with,
So, Magda, you're trying to cut his bag off?
Yeah.
I will say do that with advantage because Christmas was trying to steal it. He'll help
Yeah.
you.
And I'm trying to I'll try to take the bag once it gets cut.
Oh boy, wasn't great. 13.
That's enough. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You just slice it. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, hey, hey.
What's in it?
Yeah. A void is in it.
What's the bag of holding? Turn it inside out, Christmas.
I reached. Okay, you know what? Noah says turn it inside out. I turn it inside out.
Oh my god.
How many goblins are in this bag?
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Turns out the cultists were inside the bag.
Yeah.
this whole time.
How big is
They were
this
holding
bag
their
and how
breath.
full is this room now?
Just a windmill of corpses comes spiraling out of this fucking thing.
Okay. Oh god,
no.
this has ramifications I did not think about.
The entire pantry.
Oh my god.
So
He's
okay,
like-
everybody settle the fuck down because this is gonna be a fucking
Oh my God.
ride.
Here we go.
Christmas.
What music should I play to set the mood for this? What mood do you want?
Davy Jones.
Hot Night Joe.
Davy Jones Locket.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I have something for that.
Like not the music box version, the organ version.
Balls.
Oh, this is not good.
So
So,
Christmas, you fold the bag inside out. The first thing that pops out is a load of small pouches, all about softball size, that fall everywhere. And I would say probably some of them would burst open to reveal they're full of residuum. This green dust crystal powder.
Oh no.
Next, a body
this was a
comes
mistake.
out.
A body.
This was
A
such a
body.
mistake.
A body that looks exactly like Sam, but dead.
The fucking changeling! It's the fucking
Yep,
changeling!
I'm no, as soon as I see that.
Hold on. I'm not done. yet.
I'm going to kill this man.
Hold on. I have to grab a note.
Fucking changeling from earlier in the day.
Oh my god.
I didn't expect you guys to figure this out.
Can you imagine if I had just like reached into the bag of holding and just felt
And
like
just pulled out a dead guy.
Well, you have to think of what you want when you reach in.
True.
It's like,
Yep,
hello, my
that's
baby.
true.
Hello, my honey.
There's a singing, dancing frog inside the bag.
Yeah.
I had to mute myself because I was screaming.
Mm-hmm.
You see a pocketbook pop out that even at a glance reminds you of Sala's Thunar codebook. And you see a lot of like loose papers come out, and some of them have sketches of your faces.
Yep, I'm wrapping him up
Yeah,
again with my
gun's out.
Kusarigama.
The gun is out.
I'm assuming we have. Well, if we
There's
all
some
have,
other shit too, but
if
this
we all
is
have
the
the
important
chance
stuff.
to like take an action right now.
Or
I mean, it's kind of a surprise
Yeah,
round.
do you want me to roll to wrap him up again?
oh yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Let me know when you've got it wrapped up.
Unnatural 20.
Yep, you get him.
Cool. I immediately draw the ace of spades and shoot him in the knee.
Okay.
Oh, that's fun, because I was
Um,
going to use the lady's favor and smash him on the hip.
I was gonna
I'm
take
hobbling
Jesus.
this bitch.
We're gonna try to cripple this guy.
Okay, yeah. Let's leave him alive for
What,
one thing.
what barrel are you using?
Oh,
That's
no.
a great question because I actually get to pick, don't I?
Yes.
I am going to do force damage.
Okay. So that'll be, I believe that's the earth barrel. Okay, roll with disadvantage.
Why?
Roll with disadvantage.
He did fail his
you
wisdom
said failed your
save,
wisdom
so-
check.
Even though, okay.
Roll with disadvantage.
Marin was a
It's
smarty.
The same dice on each one.
Mhm.
So I rolled 2 9s, which means it's a 17.
Okay, and now roll me a percentile dice.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Get these out real quick.
Mayor made
Can we
sure.
Percentile
She made
dice
sure.
so well last campaign.
Yeah.
Christmas
She made
unattuned
sure
to the-
no one was going to be able to use that besides her.
Not no one.
58.
But- She's making it hard.
58. Okay.
He turns into a cat.
You pull the gun as you're all reacting at the same time. You pull the trigger and you hear a click. And there's a split second where you're like, where's the boom? And then you feel a shockwave go up your arm. Please roll me 2d10.
Uh-oh. Nine.
You take 9 points of force damage.
Oh, this is fun.
And you see that now that the barrel with the actual shot itself didn't go off, so the barrel is still loaded, but you see the green symbol has darkened ever so slightly.
Ah, interesting.
Don't break my
At the
gun.
same time that's happening, what are the other two of you doing?
I'm shooting him.
Okay, go ahead and roll
And
your-
so the opposite knee of where Christmas was trying to aim, I am going for the opposite side hip. I am crippling this man.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Do we hit?
And as I
is it
do
with
that, I am
advantage?
yelling for Jasper.
Oh.
Technically,
Is it with
if he is-
advantage since he's
Yes,
grappled?
you guys will have advantage.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's gonna be a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay.
Okay, it's with advantage, so I have to go again.
Spell identify later.
Okay.
Oh no, I
rolled,
know. I read the spell identify to double check. Don't you fucking worry.
Okay.
I rolled a 29 with a natural 19, which crits with this weapon.
Oh no!
Don't kill him! Oh my
I am
god!
about to powder this man's hip.
No!
I only do
Don't
7
kill him.
damage.
Okay. 7 damage as you shoot him.
Now, it's been a while since I've rolled a critical on this. Now, we do max dice and then rolled plus whatever. Okay.
Yep.
So that's going to be...
Don't kill him, please.
He might already be dead.
24 damage directly onto his hip.
Nice. Yeah. So, Noah, where do you shoot him?
In the shoulder.
Okay. So, you guys all, like, just in rapid succession, chain wraps around, Ace of Spades, backfires, and almost pushes Christmas off his feet. Noah shoots this guy in the shoulder. There's bang. And because you're in an enclosed space underground, it is fucking deafening. And then Foostrak brings it home with...
I have a silencer.
With just the hip tenderizer.
I don't think yours was the problem.
The apparent false Sam crumbles to his knees. But he doesn't make a sound. He just falls, and you can see his eyes are wide with, like, what the fuck do I do?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go over
Mostly
with my
shocked.
rapier. I'm going to go over with my rapier again and put it underneath his chin, and I'm like, let's try that again.
You're that changeling from earlier, aren't you? Jasper, get down here.
No, I'm not a changeling. Oh wait, no, he's still Southern. Yeah, no. No, I'm not a changeling, just good with magic.
I'm putting
But yeah,
Ace of Spades away.
Jasper comes running. Yeah. And I will say, Christmas, after the backfire, once you kind of recover a little bit, that sour feeling in your stomach lightens to the point where you get this like weird endorphin rush after the pain. Just saying. But yeah, Jasper comes running down the stairs.
I'm
right.
gonna level the gun back at the guy's head while Baron's talking.
Magda.
Oh, Magda! Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
God.
So much talk
done
of the
that
old campaign.
forever.
There's too many names, and
I
all your
know.
fucking characters sound or act the same.
Have
so...
M names, yeah.
Yes. They don't act the same. No, you're just like grumpy.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Marin is grumpy. Was grumpy.
Yeah. No, let's try that again. Who are you?
My name is Nathan. I am a senior chaser.
And you work for Tristan Kepler, don't you?
No, I work for Arabelle Monarch.
Nope. I'm gonna go right into Noah's gunshot wound, and I'm gonna...
Yeah. It's kind of weird how much less he reacts. Like, there's clearly, like, cringe of pain, but he won't let himself, like, make sound. Yeah, he just leans back as you dig this in. He's like, I'm not lying. I am a senior chaser. Look, you can look at the badge.
I'm more interested in the body.
I'm gonna start looking at I'm gonna grab the book that's like I can already probably tell is like a codex.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go grab that and immediately just like, fuck this guy. I want to know what is written down here. So I'm gonna use that book and the letter. Okay.
Foostrak first.
Okay.
I'm more interested in this, and I grab the corpse that looks exactly like him that came out of the bag, and I hold its face over his.
Oh
Yeah, and he looks at it, doesn't seem all that phased, says, "Yeah, that was Sam."
So let's try this again. Who are you?
I already told you, my name is Nathan. I am a senior chaser. I serve Arabelle Molinarch.
When did you
And
kill
why
this man?
is
What'd you say?
When did you kill Sam?
About an hour ago.
why?
Because he was a traitor.
So Kenna really sent you,
Sent Sam.
and you just happened to be passing by?
I followed him. I'm his commanding officer.
Do any of us have sending? None of us have sending.
No. I do have a scroll with one more use. Because
Send a
the
message
one to Kenna.
Do we want to send it to Kenna or do we want to send it to Arabelle?
I
don't
mean,
even
we
know if
have a
can
better
trust
rapport
Arabelle.
with Kenna at this
That's
point.
true.
But also, like, with this, can we trust Kenna? Like,
We can trust Kenna. She's the most no-nonsense person I've ever met in my life.
Kenna and Kit are in the middle of something right now.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to help us.
What do you guys need? What do you need from me?
Now I'm going to start going through the book and start trying to decode.
Okay. It's a lot different from Sala's version of the code, but it's close enough that you can pick it up pretty fast. The notes he was taking basically pinpoint all the locations of any entryways and begin to decipher the traps down here in the basement. Basically, everything that he's shown you about this room is written down on this page.
What's the reason for having all this residual
I confiscated it.
from Sam?
from Sam?
Yes.
Your
Why
entire
you wearing
story is kind of
clothes?
balancing on this dead person.
If you're so good at magic, why don't you drop the fake face? Show us who you really are.
Because I was hoping you all would understand that I'm here under fucking cover. And I
Well,
need to
not
keep
anymore.
up my
Not
cover.
anymore.
I need to keep
Yeah.
up my cover in case anybody else shows up.
Now, I'm just going to run this by you. You happen to say that our compatriot over here, Mr. Fortunemær, has a shitload of people after him, and a shitload of people after us as well. So, it's a little understandable our being skeptical, don't you think?
Obviously. But I haven't done anything other than lie about my identity to hurt you folks.
And you're still
Yeah.
lying about with a face that's not yours.
Showing us your true face would go a long way towards us actually trusting you. If you look at me.
I don't think this guy. I think he's not telling us the truth.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck do I have to lose?
Everything.
Right. So why the fuck would I be a traitor to any of these people? If you're really on the side of good, you show me your fucking face right now so we know we can trust you. Because you know what side I'm on. So prove to me that we're on the same side.
I will if you will just hear me out for one thing. You're going to want to kill me the moment you see my face.
Yep, I know who this fucking is.
Do you?
Nope.
I'm going to ask you not to kill me right away because I am trying to help you, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, do I know who this is?
No, you don't.
I have an idea.
I'm just waiting for it.
Hold on, let me grab a note real fast.
Okay.
Just so y'all know, Foostrak's not concerned about this, but Zack is very concerned about the lack of caring when I powdered his fucking hip.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
He does not seem overly concerned that we just did like upwards of over 30 points of damage to him.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
But also, if he was really bad, he would have just like killed, like went after us, like killed us,
Yeah.
or tried to.
The illusion drops, a very, very strong illusion. Let's see. What do they look like? Oh my god, where is it? Okay, here we go.
God.
You see, revealed before your eyes, the face of... Oh my god. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm looking.
Me.
Oh god. Fuck. I'm sorry. I keep losing it. I keep losing my notes.
Did you get rid of the list of people at the end of Sal's letter?
Did I?
Oh god.
Oh
Guys are
god.
killing me. Guys are killing me.
Yeah.
I could not tell if
I'm
that
sorry.
was.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry.
This is the
I
worst
could
thing I've
not tell
ever
if that was.
experienced.
I couldn't tell if that was an earnest "did I" or not.
Yeah.
But that was one of those "did I?"
I didn't. Okay. So, no, I don't need that. He's not on that list. God, fucking quit distracting me. You see, revealed before you, a very familiar face.
To all of us?
To Christmas. Actually, a little familiar to all of you. Christmas, you have no idea why it's familiar at first, and then it clicks. As you see a human man, probably in his late 30s-ish. Oh god, where's the art? Late 30s, human man, with sort of darker, like weather-worn tan skin. His hair is pretty dark, though you do see a couple little gray streaks through it. He has piercings here and there. And you see he is wearing a Guild of the Gate black uniform with the 9 rings embroidered on the chest. He has a pretty full beard. It's a tiny bit patchy in a couple places where there are scars. And he has sort of almost reddish purple eyes. But as you look at him, with his dark hair being fairly short, there is a sense of, I don't know if it would be fear and panic. You tell me how you feel about, this is not him, but you tell me about how you feel about Tristan Kepler and how you would feel to see somebody who looks precisely like a younger version of him.
It would be incredibly difficult for Christmas to not immediately shoot him in the face.
Yeah, that's why he asked for you to wait a fucking second.
Yeah.
But yeah, you all see a man who looks strikingly like the sketches of Tristan Kepler, but younger, not so many scars, shorter hair, and in a Guild of the Gate uniform.
You got 1 minute.
My name is Nathan Kepler. I am a senior chaser. I work for Arabelle Molinarch. Sam was helping out the crows. I am here to try to help you guys.
45
but
seconds.
Arabelle doesn't know.
Why is that?
You guys ought to know you're the ones only working with certain members of the collective.
She's the mole.
I don't know. I don't think so.
30 seconds.
I've heard this name before.
It's all I fucking got.
I
Why
look
should we
at
trust
Christmas. Well, I look at Christmas and I'm like, did Tristan ever mention having a brother?
I don't remember fucking Tristan, so of course I don't remember if he had a brother.
You wouldn't remember me anyway. We never met personally.
15 seconds. Why do I keep
Noah.
right now?
Noah.
Have we
All right,
heard this name
Christmas.
before?
No.
Because I swear I have heard this. That
Where's
someone was
Gwen?
like, Tristan had a brother who's in the Chasers.
Gwen.
All right.
No,
Oh, yeah.
Tristan has somebody in the Chasers who is helping him move Residuum
Which could have been Sam.
and allowing
Yeah.
them through the realm gate, other
Yeah,
than Beckett.
That's true.
I'm going to look at Foostrak and Noah and be like, don't let him kill him. And I'm going to run upstairs.
Yeah. Gwen's at the top of the stairs. She can't come down. She's too big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an
go ahead.
issue. There's an issue.
What?
Does Tristan have a brother?
I don't know. Maybe?
He never mentioned anything.
Hold on. And she reaches into... No, she doesn't have her stuff anymore. Never mind.
Yeah, her stuff's gone.
Chris, is he lying?
Is he lying?
Make an insight check. Don't ask me. Ask the dice.
I know. I don't like just saying I roll insight, though. I always want to check. 21.
As far as you can tell, he's being pretty honest.
He's also done a very good job of lying to us so far.
Yeah,
Yes,
he has.
Yeah. He's very good at it.
So Gwen has nothing more for me, or
Gwen goes to the top of the stairs and looks down. She's like, bring him so I can see him.
Face.
I
Okay.
literally grab this man and start dragging
Okay.
him up the stairs.
Yeah, because he can't walk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Christmas strong enough to do
Definitely
that?
yeah, that's why I
If
asked
not,
Foostrak
I'll
to
do
do it.
I mean, I can roll for it.
Yeah, go for it. Roll an athletics check. Against a tall ass boy.
8.
No. You get him to the bottom of the stairs, but that's about it.
I'll grab him from here.
Yeah. You grab him and haul him up to the top and sort of plop
That's
him
a
down.
27.
Yeah. I wasn't even gonna make you roll for it, but you plop him down and you see Gwen recognizes him. She's like, he was Tristan's best man at this wedding in Sala. I didn't know he was his brother.
How could you not? They look exactly alike.
I thought they were family, but I didn't. Tristan never said he had a brother. Yeah, but Nathan sitting there, he's like, yeah, he doesn't talk about me. We like it that way.
Why are you helping us?
Do you know what kind of piece of shit my brother's become?
We kind of have a feeling.
Yeah. Is that reason enough, or do I need more?
Well, considering that you're kin, it ain't always easy to be able to trust that.
Also, how have you gotten around in the Guild of the Gate and no one's figured out that you're Tristan Kepler's fucking brother?
Because I haven't told them my real fucking name.
What name do you go under?
Oh god, you had to ask, right? Alright. I don't remember.
Samwise Gamgee.
Yeah. He's known amongst them
let's
as Albus Dumbledore.
Some call me Tim.
Tim.
Nathan Ruse is the one he's been using.
Ruse. Like it's a
Does
ruse.
that sound
That's
familiar?
adorable.
That cackle was
Jesus.
great.
Oh
God, this pen sucks.
I just love it. It's like, I need a make-up name. Nathan, fuck, that's my actual name. Ruse? I love it so much.
Oh God.
What do I know that name?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, you don't know the main Guild of the Gate very well.
Can you get us into the headquarters in Constanos?
What headquarters? The
For
Guild of the Gate?
Pros.
No, for for Tristan, whatever the fuck.
I mean, I doubt it.
What does Tristan think about you right now?
I don't fucking know. I don't know if he knows what I'm up to. I mean, Volk hasn't shown up, so I assume he's still okay with me.
I look at Christmas. I'm like, how much do you trust him? Like, gut feeling right now. We're following your lead.
And I'm gonna follow the dice. What does my instinct tell me right now regarding this guy?
Roll instinct.
Yeah. Well, like, I mean,
I feel like that's a wisdom check.
Or
just
an insight
check instead of just like, yeah.
Which is wisdom.
Right.
I mean, you did do an insight check already if you were lying.
I did to see if he was
lying.
I'm gonna ask you 2 questions. Do you know what he did to Sala?
Yeah, I know.
How can you help us?
I honestly don't entirely know. I was hoping you all had some ideas and I could offer my ins and connections. I've been playing kind of a double agent for a while. I hope Tristan hasn't figured it out, but I'll be straight with you, Christmas. And this might get me killed by saying it, but I'm the reason he knows where you are.
You've been tailing us. You're the one.
Not tailing. It was actually kind of an accident. I was supposed to find Sala, and I was holding off on finding her for as long as I could, and then she led me straight to you.
Do you know what's happened because of the information that's been provided because of this?
Do you know how many steps backward Tristan has had because I've thrown things off for him? I gotta play both sides to stay alive here.
Locke's Landing.
Yeah? What about
We
it?
got 2 of our own kidnapped out of it. Lost one to a fucking demigod.
I don't have anything to do with that nonsense.
You sure?
Go for it.
I'm gonna do it too.
I am so surprised that Noah has not shoved a gun barrel up this dude's ass.
Mine was 17.
Don't worry, we're working on it.
With a 16, what he's saying is mostly true. He doesn't have anything to do with it, but he probably did provide information that helped.
Probably prior to what was there, because him tracking Sala led Sala to me, which helped track me to Locke's Landing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
I am going to level my gun at him.
Oh, Jesus
and
Christ.
I'd be like, where are they keeping Christine Borago?
Last I knew, in the Crow stronghold in Constanos. She may have been moved since then.
Where was it last time?
It's an old factory building on the edge of the quarry lake. It's really nondescript. There's 10 others like it in the area. The only way to tell the difference is it's the only one that has a pipe that goes out into the lake itself.
Okay. And do you know where they're keeping her inside it?
I haven't seen it myself, but I assume down the lowest level. There's Tristan has a habit of making little cells and places to keep people. I assume he's done the same there.
Can you get in through the pipe?
A small person can.
What about Lok and Sheolak?
That is an entire mess that I have not figured out yet. As far as I understand, it's something to do with a favor for the house.
Your brother is being controlled by one of the horsemen of the apocalypse.
I am very well aware.
Oh, okay, cool. Just as long as you know. I'm good with him, so you guys can kill him whenever you want to. I'm gonna put my gun away.
I feel like you were throwing away a very valuable commodity here.
Says the commodity.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kneel down next to him. I'm gonna pull the Ace of Spades back out.
Smart.
Do you know what this is?
That's
a dumb question. Of course you know what it is.
Yeah. Listen to me before you go making any crazy decisions. Tristan ain't the only one that Sov's got a hold of. I owe a little bit of my power to him as well. I know things about him.
Suppose you better start talking then.
What do you want to know?
Everything.
Christmas.
Does he know what you're saying right now?
I don't think he's omnipotent.
But you're connected.
I mean, that was the whole.
He can read everything I say. But
if he's the reason that he was feeding information to Tristan, then Sav isn't all seeing with me either. So I think we can use you, as despicable as you are.
Thanks.
Why were you here?
I was looking into this Cult of the Eternal business and keeping track of all of you.
So you don't know how it's connected to the Crows or to the Obsidian Collective or anything like that?
I know Tristan is interested in some of this stuff, but not because of Caladir or Illarka or whatever nonsense. He's looking for ways these people can be useful to him and Sov.
Are you keeping an eye on us now for Arabelle?
No, he said that Arabelle doesn't know about what he's doing.
No, I'm supposed to be keeping an eye on you for Tristan, but I'm also working for Kenna now as well. Again,
Are you the reason all these people know so much about the collective?
Who?
The Friends of the Eternal,
a whole
bunch of everybody?
Think so. I don't know.
I don't work with the cult.
All right.
I do know a little bit about this Serena person you all are after. She's the real person in charge of the cult around here, at least.
So Miguel was just a
figurehead.
Yeah. Okay.
Didn't Serena have a rifle on her?
No.
Okay, I couldn't remember. I felt like I remember that, but I couldn't remember for sure, so I
If
wanted to
she-
double
Guards
check.
had rifles. But
Yeah,
we
some of the
would
guards
have
have
noticed
rifles.
something
Okay.
like Overwatch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Overwatch
Probably,
is
yeah.
a very,
It's a big
very
ass
special
gun.
baby.
Yeah. Noah, why don't we go back to work at that trapdoor?
I can't dispel it until tomorrow. Or I can't dispel it at all. All I can do is pick the lock or blow it
That's
up.
right. That's
I
right.
can take care of it tomorrow, and then you can handle all the mechanical stuff. Would you all leave me alone with him for a minute?
I don't think that's a good idea.
Magda, please.
Gwen stays with you.
Okay.
Chris, if you end up having to kill him, when we leave here, we're painting whatever symbols on the outside as a warning.
You're not going to kill him.
I'm
I
fine with
knocked
whatever
the-
you want to do.
Yeah, I knocked the angel and devil that are on my shoulder off.
All right. Come on. Downstairs.
Or we can go upstairs.
Go wherever
If
you
I'm
fucking
staying with
want. It's
Gwen,
your
I'm
house.
assuming I'm upstairs. With
You're in
Yeah.
the kitchen.
Okay.
Hold
I'm
on
going to
a
go
second.
up to the next level, and I'm going to start ritually casting Detect Magic.
Cool.
Once it's just the three of us, just me, Gwen, and Nathan.
Oh, I'll follow Noah, by the way,
Okay.
just to make sure he's not alone.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You're downstairs.
Yeah. Just hang out.
You can pick up all the
But
residuals.
Jasper,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
You know what? I might go
fuckload of
through.
residuum around.
I might go through some of the shit and see if there's anything like useful or worthwhile. I'll
Okay.
just investigate it all.
Christmas.
I'll look up at Gwen.
Standing there with their arms crossed, silent.
I will look at Nathan, and I will level the Ace of Spades at him. I don't really give a shit whether you're useful or not. But I didn't pick this gun up for you. I know what kind of stuff Tristan makes people do. He is a hurricane centered on my life. And every time I come into some sort of contact with that hurricane, my life is just thrown askew. Did we ever meet? You and I?
I think in passing, maybe once.
I ain't gonna kill you. Because I'm not your brother. And that's the only reason why I'm not gonna kill you. Now I'll holster the Ace of Spades, and I will pump two. I just forgot the name of the spell.
Healing
Healing
word.
word.
I will put. I was 2 words of healing. No, 2 healing words into him.
Okay.
Yeah. 7 plus 8, 15 points of health back.
Okay.
I'll center it on his busted head.
Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
I'll say that's enough for him to be able to stand, but he's gonna need a lot more to be able to walk. But yeah, he, with Gwen's help, he picks himself up. And he looks at you and he says, I I know there's nothing I can say to make you think I'm a good guy here, and that's not even what I'm going for, but my brother, he was good once. He picked a lot of people up from the dirt, and when he met Orson and Ferdinand and all that group, he picked up a lot more people with their help. Yeah, he was a smuggler, but the Crows started out as a family, and it wasn't until a little bit less than maybe a decade ago that it all fell apart. I don't know. I don't know what he got into with Sav. I don't know what changed about Sav. I don't know. I'm just trying to do the least harm possible in my position. And if it helps at all, whenever I give him information, it's usually weeks old. He's not on your heels. I've been making sure of that. I can't control what Volk does, but I can at least keep Tristan off your tail a little bit longer. But if you go into Constanos looking for that demon kid's mom, he's going to be right there on you within a second.
You just keep doing what you're doing, and you do what you can to help us. More importantly, do what you can to help Sala.
I mean, if it helps at all, I have no idea where she is right now.
Good.
She's kind of slippery. Just, I was there at their wedding, and I really thought that was going to be a forever couple back then. And with what he's done to her, I can't abide by that.
Okay.
I'll help you when the moment comes, but I gotta keep playing both sides until then.
Is it safe for you to stay here right now?
It's gonna be real suspicious if I stay too much longer.
Okay. All right, let's go back to everyone else.
Yeah. He hobbles along. Gwen helps him.
Damn it. I'll put another into him. Look pathetic.
Waste all your spells.
Gets another 6
For-
points back.
Cantrip.
Yeah.
For when
He's-
Tristan fucking Kool-Aid mans through the wall.
Mhm.
Yeah. But you guys gather back up. Noah was doing a detect magic.
Yeah. I just wanted to, once it comes up, I want to do a quick run through of the house and just see if I find anything.
The house is clear. The only thing grabbing your attention is that hatch in the basement and whatever's underneath it. It's big.
Oh, okay. I'll let everybody
Okay.
know that.
Shapes?
I can't see the
Is it
shape.
rifle shapes?
No. I'm talking like room size big.
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
There's something under this place that's very magical.
very nervous as to what that is, but
Do we know if any of the collective is still in town?
Just for Connor.
yeah.
Y'all think maybe we should call him back up?
I
I think
we are
is-
back up.
Yeah.
He said that he could help.
Why don't we'll take a look. It's in a book. It's reading Rainbow. Well, let's just try and get this door open. Like Noah said that it was magically trapped once we dispel it, and once he, gets it open, we'll see what we're dealing with. Because it could just be a very warded room,
It's possible.
I'm gonna start looking around the house. How many bedrooms are in here?
3.
3. Great. I try to go find the nicest bedroom. Call dibs on it.
Yeah, there's a master bedroom.
Did I find anything like more interesting? Because I did an investigation on all of the shit from Nathan's bag.
Would you?
Is there anything?
Go ahead and give me a roll to see if you find anything particularly interesting.
Particularly interesting. 13.
Okay. Going over what's obvious first, you have about 1,000 gold worth of residuum, divided into 100 gold pouches. You obviously find Sam, who's Verdale. If you raid his pockets, you will find that he is carrying about 30 gold and a little sort of like pocketbook / wallet. That I'm gonna be the dick and say that you find a little painting inside his wallet of his family.
Well,
We didn't kill him.
He's got 3. He's got 3 kids and
geez.
a partner of some description. Yeah, not sure.
But I know what town they're from. It's vague.
Yep.
Oh man, I know them.
Oh,
Nice
yeah.
guy.
I'll have you know
Nice
he's
family.
from Oscary in Third Rear, which is a teeny tiny fishing village. Anyway.
Now it's even smaller.
Yep. It'll be even smaller when his kids die of starvation.
Yep.
Oh Jesus! Hey, we didn't do this. We didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. You find odd like tools and trinkets on him, but nothing of value. What else was in the bag? There's of course the codex.
Yeah.
I would
The
assume
pictures of
I
us.
have the codex.
Yeah, you have the codex.
And there are pictures of us. And there.
Yeah, sketches of you guys.
Yeah.
You would. No, I'm not going to do that to Zach. I feel like that's mean. Your names are scrawled on each of them.
I don't like that. I don't.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
So, one.
I also
Zach.
don't know which Zack.
You can't just.
I will
that.
say Foostrak does say Broadhorn on it. But no, don't worry about it. Genuinely,
right.
honestly, don't worry about it. I just don't want to blow something for Koop.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you for relieving
his
the
real
tension
name?
of which Zack it was.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised.
I mean,
if
to be
that was
fair-
knowledge that they had. I've told literally one person.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm the one looking at all this stuff, so
Yeah.
I know what Christmas's real name is, so
I mean, you know his first name.
yeah.
Yeah. The only person I can think of who knows his name is Sala.
His last name is Veneer. He's the rightful owner.
Ah!
Oh my god.
You are a redhead.
That would be fucking awesome.
But that
I
would
don't know,
mean.
maybe.
But if that were the case, then you wouldn't be having problems with Flameheart.
That's true.
True.
Or
What I
not
need to do
Flameheart,
is-
Ace of Spades.
Yeah.
I just
True.
need to go kill Leon. It's like an Elder One situation.
Yes.
That'll end the entire Veneer bloodline.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh no. No,
Bye.
don't do that.
Kill him with Ace of Spades.
No.
Ace of Spades forged the line like the House Veneer, and it ends it too.
Cursed
I-
weapon.
I will
Yeah.
Before he leaves, because
It
I'm
actually
assuming he's
is.
not going to spend the whole night here with us. I do want to spend some time just chatting with Nathan, just like learning about Tristan, and not Tristan like what he's doing now. I want to learn about Tristan,
Baby
growing
Tristan.
up. I
Oh,
wanna learn
I'm
about
so glad
Tristan's
you asked.
childhood to adulthood.
Oh my god, Koop, I've been working for a month on literally Tristan timeline.
I want to know everything about this man.
Murdering puppies by 5.
Without going like too far over time, I'll give
If
you a
you want
couple
to send
highlights.
it to me, that's
I'll
fine,
send you more, but let me give you a
Okay.
couple highlights because I imagine some of the crew will hear this.
Orphaned at a young age.
Well, not completely. He was born in 460, so he is 41. His mother disappeared when he was young, and his father was blamed for her murder, even though her body was never found. Dad broke out of prison about 4 years later, had a mistress, girlfriend. Nathan was born. He's 4 years younger than Tristan. Nathan's mom got killed. Anton was recaptured. Nathan and Tristan were placed in essentially an orphanage at a place called Brannick Monastery. Nathan got adopted. Tristan eventually got kicked out. He will tell you that
That's commentary on the foster system.
He will tell you that when Tristan was only 5 years old, he met Orson Parrish, who was 25 at the time. He met Ferdinand, he met Maria, and he met Cass Corwin, which is the name of that changeling. But Cass was only 10 years old at the time.
Wait,
this was... What?
When he
Tristan was 5?
five?
Tristan was 5.
What? Wait
Yeah.
a second. How old is fucking Orson then? Orson's like in his
Almost
what, like
70s.
Orson's like in his
70s?
mid-60s.
He's
He did
older.
not look that old. Like,
I know,
with
it's
the
because
art
he
that you-
it's because he takes good
D&D,
care of
everyone's
himself.
hot. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Everyone's
Orson,
bangable.
Orson is 61. Ferdinand was 55. So is Maria. And like, just for reference, Joan is in her late 20s.
So he
Yeah.
so he met all of these people like while his father was being a fucking like family annihilator.
He met these people after his father was re-imprisoned and never broke out again. Tristan was on the streets, and basically Orson swooped in and said, "Oh my God, this child needs somebody to look after them." But the entire group were a bunch of basically starving down and out, so there was only so much they could do for a kid. That was when Sav swooped in as the house and offered them the power to help themselves. And naive young people that they were, they
Just like
accepted.
a cult leader.
But Orson, Nathan will tell you, Orson did not allow Tristan to accept the deal at his age. It wasn't until Tristan was 15 that he willingly accepted the deal, after he'd begun teaching himself magic.
The deal.
Nathan will tell you that Tristan met Walter in 475 when Walter was only 9 years old. He was apprenticing under a master carpenter and was badly mistreated. Walter was originally from, I believe, Haven.
A
or not
master
Haven,
carpenter?
Harris.
Is it Jesus?
Was
What?
it Jesus?
No.
It was Judas.
No,
He's
it's...
the carpenter's son.
Oh my God. Shush. But Walter, who was only 9 years old, was sort of taken under Tristan's wing. Nathan tells you that Tristan started smuggling around this time, aided by his new powers. And after he saw how horribly Walter was treated, years later, he actually killed Walter's master and forged his will so that Walter got everything. And that was how Walter was able to afford to go to college. During this time,
Literally
Nathan
had to kill a man and steal everything he owned in order to afford college, guys.
Yeah.
What does that
That's
say
how much
about
it
the
costs.
higher education?
This is America.
During this time,
Costanza.
Nathan was with his adoptive parents, and he reveals to you that he is actually an Aasimar, and he was born under the sign of Ursan. So he was going to train in Pyrevale Temple, but he left.
Okay.
And
being an Aasimar, that has a lot of ramifications.
Yes, it does.
Stuff. So I will talk to you about that, not in game, because I want to check what your version of Aasimar are like in Atlaran compared to.
Aasimar are rare, but not unheard of. Basically, skipping forward a little bit. Walter, Tristan, and Amelia all went to Mathine College together in different years. Tristan graduated with a degree in Ancient Magics, aka Runic Magic. And about that time, he introduced Nathan to Sav. But he kept Nathan's secret from the gamblers, which Orson had founded long ago. He tells you, he goes over Amelia dying. He mentions Ross Greer joining when the Crows, about when they started. Let's see, what else is important here? Sala and Tristan's wedding. Nathan joining the Guild of the Gate. Just for funsies, I will tell you guys this. Volg was a wedding present to Tristan from Sala. He was a puppy.
Aww.
Yeah.
Oh, how the turns have tabled.
Yeah, that poor dog.
Well, considering the dog died a year later, the turns have tabled.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he tells you that around 492 is when he noticed Tristan starting to change, and he's not sure why.
It's very interesting too, because that's when all of these artifacts went missing too.
A lot of it happened 9-10 years ago.
Did you catch that? What Tristan majored in?
Yeah.
I missed it.
Do you remember what Silas did? And what his tattoos? Silas was a specialist in runic magic.
Yeah.
He was one of the only people that was doing that. Where do you think that tattoo scroll went?
Oh no!
He may also have Overwatch.
No!
Oh God! He would be immortal. Yeah.
Well, now that you've put that idea in Taylor's head.
No.
This is what I do.
No.
This is what I do.
But I think the tattoo thing makes a lot of sense.
But he will tell you that he is the reason Sala was able to escape the Feywild.
Yep,
he opened the realm gate for her.
I was putting that together. Yep.
Yeah. Whereas I believe it was Beckett that helped the rest of you get out. He and Beckett are buddies, but Beckett doesn't know that Nathan is Nathan Kepler.
That's so weird because they look so similar.
Yeah. He doesn't always look that way around the other people.
That said, I have, scruffy beard and I'm a Caucasian man and I have literally describing myself, but then with longer hair. There's a lot of people that look like that, so it's not entirely
straight white man.
Yep.
Straight-ish. Yeah. But he will tell you that he located Sala, or he found Sala right before she found you in Yara. Or he followed Sala there, basically. But yeah, that's the important shit.
So he knew Tristan. Walter knew Tristan when all the Feywild stuff happened when Amelia died.
Yeah, they went to college together.
How long
Had
ago
Tristan-
did Amelia die?
Amelia
It was a while
died
ago.
in 489,
Okay.
which is 2 years prior to when Tristan started to change.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I will
he'd
say,
been-
I imagine that like while we're getting this information, it's just like we've all just like put chairs in like a semicircle and
Yeah.
a chair in the middle, and we're all just listening to him basically talk.
Walter didn't join Veneer Arms until 492, and
Ah.
he never joined the Crows, but he started dealing residuum for them in 494.
It's all connected.
It's
all
all connected.
Can I bring that up to the group?
What?
Can I? Is there? What happened 10 years ago?
I know.
Can we
there's,
all
like,
rack our brains? Like, what my two things that I am thinking about was there a large world event that happened roughly 10 years ago, or did the Obsidian Collective get a new member in the past 10 years? I feel like I'd know more about the collective, but
Yeah.
Let me check my notes.
Yeah. I think because Leon he took over soon. No, he took over within the past like 10 years. I think so.
It was within the last 10 years, yeah.
okay.
I don't know about Hannah.
Is the collective. She's been around longer. I think. Hold on. I need to check all their ages because some of them started being bearers very young.
Well, yeah, Leon was like the youngest, and he started like when he was like 18 or something, and he's like 28
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need.
Oh no, I like that face.
Leon was born in 474. His mother Leandra was killed in 494. So he would have become the bearer. His father died a year later. Leon took the reins immediately from his mother, so he became a bearer in 494.
Sav and I made that deal in 494.
Wouldn't it be 495 if it's been 6 years? It's 501.
Oh yeah, it is 501.
It's almost
so it's
502.
Okay.
Actually, Lee is currently the youngest bearer. They are only 20. They became bearer probably in 499. A lot of these bearers are pretty young. Armin was chosen in 499. Roan you wouldn't know much about. She is on the younger side, but you wouldn't know much about her because she's a very private person.
Do we know if there's been any major events at the Realm Gate in the past 10 years?
I mean,
Koop, speak your mind. I see you. I see your face. You put something together.
I don't know if it's just a coincidence that the timeline is the way that it is, or
It's
if I
never.
can actually say something.
It's not a coincidence.
It's never a coincidence.
What, have you realized what happened in 492?
This isn't character. Does anyone? He needs to go, so he's not too suspicious. Does anyone else need him for anything?
No.
No.
Okay.
So, bye.
Nathan.
Sorry about your hip.
Yeah.
Not sorry about your shoulder. You're being shady as shit.
Yeah. Fuck you too.
Yeah.
I don't have a specific year for some of these bearers, but Hana has been a bearer. Oh god.
Well, when Nathan leaves.
It's
Say
been
what
one
you
for a
need
while.
to say, Koop.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until
Yeah.
Nathan leaves.
He'll get the fuck out.
Okay. Go, Zack. Be safe. Don't do anything stupid.
We're talking about Tristan Kepler here. There's no such thing as safe.
Yeah, and there's not really room for stupid either, which
No.
makes me question everything I've done in the last hour, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But he takes off, yeah.
I want to just do a quick sweep around just to make sure that we're not being watched, we're not being listened to, that like there is nothing going on around us after he leaves.
Make a perception check.
I will also,
I don't like that smile.
I don't either.
I also know
That
that
damned
like,
smile.
I also know that Magda is typically like pretty perceptive for shit, so I'm gonna actually borrow Magda as well, just to be like, hey, we need to make sure this house is like on lockdown right now.
Yeah. Do you want to do the advantage, or do you want me to roll too?
I'm also pretty good at it, so let's just both roll.
Okay. 17.
And an 18.
As far as you can see, I mean, other than going around and like shuttering windows and making sure, nothing can get in. As far as you can see, this is just a mundane ass house, and there doesn't appear to be anybody watching it.
Okay. Once we've done that, we'll get back in our little chair circle.
As soon as Christmas comes back and sits down, I'm going to start quietly, ritually casting Identify.
Mm-hmm. On what?
Christmas.
Cool.
All right, so...
Long pause.
So, we're trying to figure out if anything weird or abnormal happened about 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I have not been entirely honest with most of you.
Oh, great. Oh, thanks, Ford.
Yeah! Fucking
yes! Yes!
As most of you have put together, Magda, my name is not Christmas Fortunemær. My name is Reginald Vandenkrant III.
What?
10 years ago, my life changed forever. And I don't know why. I was supposed to be married. That's not my choice. As a family thing, as these things tend to happen where I am from. I did not wish to be married, and so the night before the wedding, I did exactly that. I wished not to be married. And I woke up 5 years later, looking like this, with no idea how, with no memory of where I'd been, and I spent the next 5 years trying to figure out where I had been and who I was. I had a new name. I could do magic, which I couldn't do before. And I learned that I had spent the past 5 years as a criminal, working with Tristan Kepler. I met all of you in between, waking up that day and meeting all of you. There was 5 years. So, it may be selfish to think that I'd be involved in this in some greater way, but as we've learned recently, there's a lot of coincidences that aren't coincidences. So, 10 years from now, 10 years ago, that happened to me, and I have no idea how or why.
I have a pretty good idea.
But 10 years ago, things disappeared from where they were. I was one of those things.
Is this all the house?
This is all solved.
I will say, Reginald does know that Varen Nestra is the one who took him.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Which I will also share.
okay.
Yeah. From what she's told me, she yanked me from my home, and that's all the information I have about that right now.
So does
Now I'm even more
anybody
confused.
else have any type of like shattering revelations about their true identities? Because we've had 2 of these so far, and I'm going to be real honest.
Yeah, actually, this is
I'm
my
a-
real voice. And no, I'm just kidding.
Foostrak, I will say, I don't have any ill will towards my family, but they are a family of some repute. And the reason why I haven't told anyone is not because it was not to keep secrets from you, it was to keep them safe. In fact, I'm terrified that by telling all of you this right now, I am damning my own family in some way.
So
Do I recognize that
kinda-
last name?
Boy, howdy! Make a history
I'm
check
very
with
well
advantage.
connected. Yeah, I'm very well connected.
Yeah,
You are
this is a pretty famous name.
Actually, hold on. Where's Magda from again?
Vague.
Amnoblin.
Okay, that's right.
She's from here and there.
Oh,
Just kind of.
yeah,
random.
you know,
Shut up.
anywhere.
a small town, but not too large.
Yeah.
Near
That's only
far,
a
whatever you
14
are.
from. Oh my god, the Nearwood, the Fjarwood.
Yeah.
14.
It's the Njorwood.
The Yorwood, the
Fjarwood,
Fjarwood,
And the Gale.
wherever you are.
wherever you are.
It was that with advantage.
Yeah,
14. Oh.
not the greatest.
You know what? For the funsies, I'm going to give it to you.
Okay.
Bandenkret.
I spelled that totally wrong.
Specifically,
Yeah, me too.
Bandenkret Ranch is a rather well-regarded horse ranch in Lochmanos. And it stands out a bit because the family is not tiefling or dragonborn. They are human.
I see you're a bunch of colonizers.
Wait, isn't God, fucking you guys have to change your names halfway through the game. God damn it. Isn't Reginald Fey?
No.
Oh,
No, he's not.
He's got a
Human.
Fey patron.
okay.
Yeah.
Please.
And a little something else too. But that's
Oh my god.
Bandenkret.
So how would you prefer that we address you?
Once I leave this room, I'd like to go back to being Christmas Fortunemær.
Oh, thank god.
Yeah.
Koop, you dressed perfectly for that accent, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You guys will notice that Gwen is standing off to the side, kind of looking down at the floor, just reeling from this new piece of information that she even didn't know.
I'm gonna look over at Gwen as well. I assume you didn't know.
No, Sala kept your secrets.
From what I understand, she's the only person that knows, aside from the people in this room.
I don't know. I'm worried Tristan might know. You joined us in 492, about a year after Sala married Tristan. You joined us right after Tristan brought Volk home after he had died. After he started getting these weird tattoos. You came in right when everything started to change.
Are you the reason that all of this is happening? For some...
Koop doesn't know.
Do you? Oh, I actually have a question. Do you think that Veranestra is to be trusted, or do you think that she's working with Sav?
She's Fae. She can't be trusted.
No, I know.
It's very true.
Veranestra is a minor archfey.
She's a major archfey.
That's right. She's a major archfey.
She's a fucking princess.
Yeah, there are, unending stories written of Veranestra and her, the ire that she can draw. No, she's not to be trusted at all. But, like most who cannot be trusted, you can always trust them to act in their own interests. I don't necessarily know that hers reach towards the horsemen. She may in fact view herself as being above what is currently happening, but I can attempt to speak to her about it. But
We need to get back in contact with Ross. That's what we need to do.
I'll be able to do that in the morning.
Okay.
Has my
'Cause I
identify finished? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
On Mr. Bandencret?
Yeah.
Yeah, you learn the name of this magic item, and it's Reginald Bandencret.
Yep.
No.
The third.
He does have some interesting little things going on about him.
Okay.
One of which you would be able to identify as a connection to the Fae of sorts.
You've
There.
done this before.
Yes.
Yeah,
There
I think you
is-
have.
Oh, have I?
There's something akin to a modified memory affecting
Oh,
him.
that's right. That's right.
But it's not something that can be just dispelled.
Mhm.
And there's something new happening to him.
Oh boy.
Oh.
There's another effect on him that you can get no information about.
Huh.
But because Noah's a smart boy, I will give you a hint. Identify doesn't tell you shit about curses.
Okay. It does. No, I have a question though, because when I used identify on Magda, I was able to find the source of the curse,
Mhm.
Yeah.
or like the flavor of the curse. Does this have a curse flavor?
That was me fucking up. You shouldn't have
Oh.
known that.
Oh, okay. Man, that became a major plot point.
Yeah.
See how my just loose way of handling D&D
No
rules
one
just makes
died
everything.
This time, so
This
Yeah.
Yet.
This time.
Yeah.
Say 12 hours removed
No.
from watching Cry Havoc.
I've always treated identify, because identify isn't supposed to reveal curses to you, but I always thought that I could twist that a little bit for story purposes. So I'll be like, there is a curse, but you don't know what it's doing. That's kind of the situation here.
Okay.
There has to be a spell, basically, in order for it to.
I wasn't sure if you were under the
Yeah,
effect of any more
it'll tell
spells
you
or
about
not.
magical effects and spells, but not curses.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if we don't trust Veranestra, I don't want to talk to her. But
Trust anybody.
Ross seems to be kind of on the outside
He's also
of all
Fae.
of this. Yeah, that's true.
I'm sorry, I'll stop.
Ross is someone that Tristan would hire from time to time to kill me.
False.
So, no.
Ross is an actual
False.
crow. He joined, as
A literal
Nathan
crow.
told you. Shush. Ross joined the Crows when the Crows were really getting started in 489. His role in the group is literally as an assassin. He isn't.
Right.
I just didn't want to make it sound like he's a contractor, like a hitman.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Like, he literally, because Tristan, ran the crows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Ross and Irahim and somebody else were assassins.
But also he's keeping tabs on Callum, and we need to get to Callum still too. And Callum's tied up in all of the face shit too, so if we get information, I'm just spitballing here. I'm just throwing things against the wall and hoping they stick. Because
I was going to say, what side quest do you guys want to pursue?
I don't know.
We don't have a choice. We're going to Constantinos.
I really want us to figure out what is happening first, though.
We're all being pulled in a bunch of different directions. We have Constanos, we have Calidros, we have
Stain.
Calidras.
we Call them.
Call?
We
Gale?
got Frosthold. Like there's some big fires burning.
There's
And
big fires burning.
I
we
see
don't-
a big fire burning.
All right, let him fucking finish a sentence. He talks slow as fuck. You can't keep interrupting him.
It's the accent. Honestly, the accent forces me to slow down a lot. We got all these different fires to try and put out, but like Changey Fuckstick was saying, as soon as we go to Constanos, Chris is going to get noticed immediately.
Yeah.
That draws a lot of fire towards us and potentially puts Chris in danger.
I mean, I'm basically always in danger every moment of my life right now, so.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, although I like to think that we help with that.
I think maybe we take it a little bit smaller picture here first. We get a night's rest. We open up that fucking hatch. We talk to Ross. I'd also like to talk to Kenna if we can.
I wonder what
And
the
then we
odds are
see
that
where we're
Ross
at.
could bring Calum to us.
I have a feeling that the collective is going to be a little bit out of our reach as far as this goes, because they've got too much going on for us to be pulling them. Also, I will also add that I feel like Taiylor is definitely taking the collective away from us because it's starting to make things too easy.
Well, also...
It's understandable.
Yeah.
Who's Taiylor?
Yeah. No, I know.
God.
The issue...
Well, you see,
is,
Reggie.
See,
the issue
Reggie,
is, though...
T-Bear is the god of this world.
The issue is, though, that we still have an informant inside the collective.
Mm-hmm.
If we take that portion out of it, we take out a major thing that Tristan and the cult and whoever the fuck else is involved with this has on their side.
We also just gained them all of our own.
Yeah.
It's true.
If we take out Tristan, the whole thing unravels, right? Or at least it starts to.
You really want to jump straight to Tristan?
I mean...
Do you think we're ready for that?
I don't know, but at the same time, I'm going to be honest with you guys in saying that I'm having a very hard time continuing to not go after the people I care about.
I understand.
To Noah's credit, I will also say it's getting a little tiring being on the defensive. We can't just keep running.
But a good offense needs power.
What?
A good offense.
Ash?
A good
What,
offense
Ash?
is the best.
It needs
defense.
power. Shut
Tell
up,
us some
Zach!
sports stuff.
Yeah. Who are you putting in the tackle
throw the
position?
football?
All right.
Yeah.
This
When
session
you
is
throw
over.
the football and get a home run.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who's your right guard?
When you put the football in the basket and then you
Grand
score
slam.
Yeah.
Grand slam.
It's a slam dunk.
I will say I do agree with would know to an extent. We've let Christine be on her own for too long while she's in danger. And, the idea was we would just take a quick job, earn some money, and then go to Constanos. And, well, now look where we are.
But this
We do
is
own
good,
a house
though.
now. So
Yeah,
there's
it's
that.
something. This is good, though.
I think
We're
that
getting closer. We're getting dirt on Sav, on Tristan.
Agreed. I think that we just do the next. We just do the next right thing. We're here now.
Thank you, Frozen.
We need to rest, and then in the morning we deal with whatever is under this house. But then, after that, we need to seriously look at heading over to Constanos and dealing with it. We know that there is a member of the collective there who will help us. We know that there are members of the collective going to Frosthold. I think that Noah is right, but Constanos is where we need to go next. If not for anything else, for Christine.
Ross can keep an eye on Callum,
They can also bring Callum to us in Constanos.
in which
Callum's not going
I
anywhere.
honestly love that idea.
Which also, Magda, I should come clean. I did not really specifically say anything to Ross about not bringing Callum to us, because I know you wanted to avoid that. So
What?
that
No,
might
I didn't.
already be the plan.
Maybe.
Cool,
bitch.
wonderful.
To be fair, the last time you didn't
Awesome.
want to see someone and then ended up seeing them, you ended up making peace with your father after years. So
I don't think it's gonna happen this time.
that's fair.
Well, worst that happens is Callum never makes it back.
All right.
Yeah.
Hold on. What's Callum researching again?
He is acting as a mage version of a bodyguard for the excavators and researchers at Site E21, the excavation of the ancient city of Van and Weir.
It's in Caldros.
Yes.
Tell me about that city. And by
Van
the
and
way, I
Weir?
mean, what do I know about that city?
Make a history check.
Okay.
It's got a very specific.
Were there any sites for Calidros that were on that fucking map from the Heidelin cult?
Were there any?
No, that
what?
was Amnoblin.
That was all
This is
Amnoblin.
Amnoblin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a shit history check, which is weird considering the character that I played. But I rolled a 19, so it's a 21.
Wait, you've had higher education. Go ahead and give yourself advantage.
Okay.
It can't get much higher than that.
I did
Yeah.
not roll above a 19, so
Nice.
it's still a 21. I will say I do plan on taking the skilled feat later, so I can address a couple of
Nice.
holes in this character, and one of them is history checks.
Okay, let's see. Van and Weir.
Does it have anything to do with runic magic?
Why? Yes, it does.
Or does it
So-
actually?
The E21 excavation camp is north of Andalir. You probably would have heard of it even way back when. A number of excavation sites were marked out, probably in the last few decades, but only in maybe the last 5-6 years or so have they actually gotten to some of these excavation areas. Van and Weir was an underground city of mixed elves during the Zayden and Edenian Empire's reign, before the Hesperian Empire existed. You would know. You would know that it is of special interest to the Guild of the Gate, because Van and Weir existed in its original form around the time that Garrod Eldathos, the continent, appeared. So that's when the Realm Gate also appeared. you would know that a lot of the excavation is to do with recovering historical records that could give more insight into what the fuck is up with Garrett Eldathos. People are pretty sure it floats now, but they don't understand where it came from, why it suddenly popped up, why the realm gate happened to be there instead of anywhere else. But yeah, Callum is essentially a battle mage protecting the researchers. Yep, that's about it.
I share that information.
Cool.
Okay, so it's not really connected to that. I'm just saying Cal has information about. Maybe we can wait until after we save Christine. Because if we're going.
Sorry, I do want to add one more thing. The Guild of the Gate is, because you said it's not connected, but it has a small connection. The Guild of the Gate is also searching Van and Weir for information about the early Fae folk and Fae born that came through the Realm Gate. That's a thing that Callum is interested in.
Why is he still interested in that stuff if he keeps he seems to be like trying to forget everything that happened. So why does he care so much about face shit? Anyway, okay. Alright. We get this thing open. Maybe we talk to Ross, but I don't think maybe we should put that on hold until we get Christine out of there.
I'm going to add one more thing, unfortunately. After we get this door open, we need to stop by that house that Noah blew up.
Yeah.
And see if we can get into that cellar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, we should probably do that. I do want to take a look at that.
Yeah.
Especially if there's something we can use.
Yeah, and there's a chance that Overwatch and that scroll could be in one of those.
That scroll's not there.
I just had a thought.
I don't
There's
think
no
so.
way.
Overwatch might.
Noah,
Mm-hmm.
you just going back into Christmas now. You detected magic beneath that. What kind?
Oh yeah, what kind was the magic under the door?
The big source?
What school of magic?
So heavily necrotic.
Oh, it's necrotic.
Yeah, there's a fucking cistern under there. There's a cistern under there.
It's just so
Good news is it's not a teleportation circle that someone could just come through.
Great.
My other thought is maybe they would just like transport in between the two places. But
I feel like I would have put that together if I would have noticed it was necrotic. But no, do we know what the cisterns are? Because we didn't really ask. We just like showed stuff.
You know they were used by the Heidelin cult. You have no fucking idea what for.
Oh, okay. So
I think the whole like Delendane thing. Like people know of Delendane as like the day that the Heidelin cult did horrible shit, but that's about it.
So we just figured out what this house is for.
Yep.
Cool. Yep. Cool. How much you want to bet this house and that house are connected underground?
Taking bets now. How many dead redheads are in the basement?
Cool.
Tight. Also, if we are going after Christine after this, I would like us to be extremely prepared.
Mm-hmm. Same.
Extremely, because the way we are right now, we can't take down Tristan Kepler. I'm just saying. Even
we
if
don't have to right now.
That's what I want to try and avoid.
Constantinos is a ways away. We're gonna have to figure out how to get there. So,
I mean, Walter was going to get us there. Whether
Yeah,
the
but
fuck he
I
is.
have his card. We can always call him.
Yeah. I also I know we're working with him on like a temporary truce, but there's too much that he's involved into that I just don't trust. And if Veneer is the mole in the collective, I think that it has something to do with what Walter's doing with the Awaz tree. The fact that Walter wasn't fired outright for funding both sides of the conflict down in Frosthold scares me. And I think Veneer has some sort of stake in that somehow. I don't know why, but I think he does.
God damn it, I forgot about the fucking Awaz tree, too. That's another thing on the fucking list.
Listen. I put a sandbox world in front of you all, and you managed to trip over every single thread that I have. You're just like, ooh, this one. Ooh, this one. Oh, look at that.
Yep.
Yeah, we know we live in a hell of our own creation right now.
This is another one of those.
No, this is a hell of
probably
Taylor's
won't
own
finish.
creation.
Yeah. It's like when you get bored of doing the main quest lines in Skyrim and you open your journal and there's 40 billion side quests. You're like, well, let's just go down the list.
All right. Are we going to get a long rest?
Yeah.
We're going to stay here for the night?
Are you staying at this house for the night?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I think we should take watch and everything,
Nice.
Yeah, no shit.
Smart choices.
I'll take first watch just because
I'm just
there's
fucking
stuff that
with
I
you.
want to do.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
let's run through the long rest and then we'll cut it because we're way over.
Mhm.
I said I
Sorry.
was going to be done like an hour ago, and then y'all kept asking questions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I also
But-
dropped a huge
Yeah.
revelation.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you did.
I take the blame this time.
It's okay. I did the same thing to y'all on Sunday. So
All right. So
who is
everybody-
Alaska?
I'm gonna take first watch.
First watch. Roll
I'm gonna
perception.
take watch at I'm gonna take watch at a place where I can get out all my chemical stuff and work on things.
Probably in the kitchen.
Yeah. Perception is gonna be 17.
17? Okay. What are you doing?
I am making my Almatum bullets.
Oh God.
Yeah, okay. So here's the setup.
Yes,
I'm like,
please tell me how you're managing those.
we just had this talk. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna go get Ma here soon. So like I'm gonna need these bullets. So I'm gonna use my last spell slot for the day. I'm gonna cast Cat's Grace on myself
Mm-hmm.
to give myself advantage. I'm going to cast Guidance on myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I have one flash of genius left. So I'm going to take everything out and I'm going to try to make these bullets.
Do
You
a
want me
tinker
to
check.
use
That's how
bardic
no-
inspiration as well.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
You can.
You
I'll
know, I'm
let
not
ya.
telling anybody I'm doing this.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Never mind then.
Okay.
Mhm.
This
This
is
could
gonna
be bad. This could be
gonna
really
real
bad.
Oh my
Okay.
God! They
This
spent so
world is
long
on
reforesting Irakel.
Uh-huh.
Oh no!
Oh, dude.
All right, bud.
Okay.
Roll
Here
your
we
tinker
go.
check.
Okay.
Or your.
Oh, that was
yeah.
not good for the first one. Oh, they were both 4. So that's a plus 10, so that's 14.
Mhm.
Plus my guidance is an additional 1, so that's 15. I'm
get
rolling
flash of
terrible,
genius?
and then my flash of genius brings it to 19.
Uh-huh.
And
you don't want
that's
that bardic inspiration.
No, too late now.
you can't give it to me now. That's it. That's all I got.
That's it.
You did
Yep,
turn
that's
a
everything.
4 into a 19.
Yeah, I turned a 4 into a 19. Like that's not terrible.
I mean, yeah, you know how to make bullets. You just shove some Almatum in those bitches. With gloves on.
With gloves on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's my flash. Okay.
Well, all that hard work that you did last campaign to reforest Irakel During that beautiful epilogue that you crafted about how that we went around and we restored it, all gone.
So when I make these almatum
There will
bullets,
still be plants here.
yeah, there will. When I make
Be
these
all
almatum
fucked
bullets,
up.
does it seem like I'm successful? Because I'm thinking about like Helena had them like in a glass thing. So I'm thinking these are going to be like hollow tipped bullets kind of things that have a liquid in them, kind of similar to what I've been doing.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're contained. Like it doesn't seem like they're growing or doing anything weird.
Not that you can tell.
Okay. I'm happy with that. I only had one vial, so I don't know how many bullets that makes.
I will say you had a vial of fluff. I will say you are positive you didn't get any on yourself.
Yeah. No, I have one vial of almatum.
You would use it up doing this. It would probably give you like 3 bullets with a 19.
Almatum bullets. Okay.
Yeah. Your watch goes by without a hitch.
I'm gonna end up with a curse and a fucking plant growing out of me.
Yeah.
I just added a 5th thing onto the number of clusterfucks that we need to try and handle at some point.
Is it me? Am I the thing?
Yes.
You know what? You're 3 of those items.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I do still have one flask of white fluff. So like of the dryad fluff. So I'm very excited to feed that to somebody.
This is metagaming, but like Christmas is cursed and Magda is cursed. I'm pretty sure this means Foostrak should be going on the next watch, so he's the most likely to also have a problem.
Yeah.
Who's going on next watch?
I was going to volunteer for next watch anyway.
Okay, I was going to volunteer, but you can go.
You can do 3rd, Magda.
Okay.
Perception check.
Oh god.
That's a 13.
Okay.
That's not so bad.
Yeah. You come down and relieve Noah of his things. You see him putting away his chemistry set. And you which is pretty normal for Noah. He does this all the time.
Sure is.
He just looks particularly vindictive.
Oh no.
Yeah. But you come down, you take your watch on the bottom floor. You can't really move around too much because you clomp like a motherfucker. But nothing's out of place.
I'm writing letters while I'm doing that, by the way.
God,
Cool.
more letters.
So,
Dear
yeah.
Tristan,
They're the letters.
your father is a dick.
They're the letters that you already know about, because I haven't sent those in game yet, but I'll send them in the morning, probably on the way to the other place.
Yep. Okay. 3rd watch.
As me.
Yeah.
Ew. 9.
9. Cool. You wander aimlessly through the house on your watch.
Cool.
It's pretty, like, even though it's in a not so great area, and a couple things in here are a little cheap, it's actually kind of a nice house. Like, it's a good starter home for like a family. It's got the master bedroom and the two like twin bedrooms, and it's got 2 water closets, and it's got a nice big kitchen, and it's got that root cellar, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, the necropolis.
But before we end, allow me to paint you all a picture as you wake up in the
God
morning.
damn it.
Oh no.
I don't like your paintings.
Oh no. Well, it was good knowing everybody.
Yeah. Magda, you're upstairs for a while.
Do we all get our long rest before this?
Yeah, you all get a long rest. You all get a long rest.
Oh, thank Christ.
I thought I still had to do my watch, but nope.
No, we only need 3 watches.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
As you all start to wake up, Magda's still upstairs, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing up here? And you all go downstairs to see that the hatch leading down to the basement is full of gray-green vines.
The blood! Oh no!
And they are growing by the second.
No.
I was literally thinking
no.
as you were playing with that, I was like, are you going to do it in the kitchen? You're like, yeah, sure. And I'm like, oh my God, that's literally the worst place to do it.
Remember what we said when it meets blood, what happens? It just instantly.
Oh,
Adding
wait.
Kill Noah to the list.
Oh no! Now I put it together.
And you all will also notice that there is a slight haze in the air.
Oh no! All right, upstairs! Everybody up!
And that's where we're going to cut. You did this to yourself, Benjamin.
I'm so excited. Oh my God, this is awesome.
I'm gonna, you know the meme that's like,
Oh God.
that's like the book, and then it's like just absolutely massive, and then it'll be like the book if this character didn't do this, or like the book if this character had a gun, and it's just like so much shorter. I feel like it's like the campaign, and then the campaign because Noah's in it.
Yeah. So I do have a question. How did that happen?
What do you mean, how did it happen?
It got into the sink. It went down through the plumbing.
Why would it go through the plumbing? I didn't
Isn't it?
wash it.
You're handling essentially a fungus that, when exposed to the air, gives off spores.
Even though it's the liquid from inside the plant?
No, you have fluff and
No.
you're using sap.
Yeah, the fluff is locked in a bottle. I was
Hold on,
using
let me
sap.
check my Almatum notes because I believe the sap
Oh.
also creates spores. Hold on.
Okay.
So
I just want to know if I need to remove my Kill Noah note.
Well, because what Noah had realized when he was testing the sap the first time was that it was cold. When exposed to the air and water, it immediately turned to ice because he has a fog bomb made from the sap. So if it was going to create plants, it would create plants every time he used that. The only time it ever created plants was when it was immediately exposed to blood. Everything else, it just turned to ice. That was my understanding, which is why I was doing it. So.
That
Hold
does
on.
sound thorough.
19's good.
Parasitic flowering vine that produces permafrost sap.
Yep.
Cause fog banks. Fog banks tend to carry spores.
I'm gonna kill the entire city.
Well.
There's a shifter on the loose.
Yeah, when exposed to air long enough, the sap will give off spores. Not instantly, but over time.
It would have, even in that small of a span of time, it would have given off enough. Huh.
I fucking
Okay.
the dice.
All right.
Also, the way down to the thingy in the basement is not airtight at all. So,
yeah, I figured. Okay. No, I'm cool with it. I just wanted to make sure that we were using the sap.
Truly, honestly, it'd probably be easier to drill through the floor than open the hatch, but you know.
Well, I don't have to worry about that now.
I almost suggested smashing through the floor.
So, just so I'm visualizing this correctly, this is growing in the basement or in the kitchen?
It's growing out of the basement.
Out of the basement. Okay.
Yep. When exposed to blood, it goes haywire.
Yeah, it does.
Well, now the plan has changed. We're just gonna leave.
Yep.
And let Portsaris just be overtaken.
Portsaris, Irakel, Volfira.
Well,
Next
I did everything I could, guys.
You literally did everything you could to destroy the continent.
Yes. No, I did everything I could to avoid getting any of it anywhere. Well, so that's also an interesting thing because we've used the sap in multiple places before. So are there other places that this is growing now?
Maybe.
Okay. Good to know.
Do you want me to just take sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, like at the end of the mist, you just shoot everybody.
Yeah, and then yeah.
I mean, this
Oh
is.
no, I meant the stream. Just like on that note, bye.
No, we gotta do our outro thingies. Oh my god.
Cool.
Cool.
Cool and
This has
normal, cool.
so many ramifications.
Yes, it does.
It's gonna grow so fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of blood down there.
Not if we incinerate all of it.
I was about to say.
Immediately.
We
I do
can't
have
do
flaming
that.
sphere at all times.
You do also have
How-
dynamite.
That's just
How
gonna
are
blow
we-
it up and get the
Yeah.
sap everywhere.
Yeah.
How are we going to fucking burn down a continent?
Very carefully.
We're just gonna burn down this house, and
We
then
need
it'll be fine.
Overwatch.
Yeah. It's,
Oh god, and it's in a city too, and Almatum grows out of control in the presence of pollution.
Yep.
Oh god! It's gonna
Nope.
be the size of
Nope.
half the city in a day.
we're just gonna throw some gasoline down there.
Oh my god, you guys
And a
have
match.
fucked over the collective.
I have not
No,
done
no.
a
No,
single
no.
Do
fucking.
not
One,
fuck with him.
no one
that
has
evil at
fucked
me.
over the collective.
Put
And
that
two, as the god of this world, you do
Oh my
have
God.
the final say for
Yeah, you could just be like, no,
I-
you know what?
I listened to the dice, and
a 19.
Almatum needs immensely careful handling.
I was very careful.
You did
Or-
roll 4.
Or it needs to be
I
in
rolled a 4
sealed,
twice.
It needs to be in a sealed environment so not to spread.
We have to call Kid. Again.
Nah. No, they're busy. Just leave them. It's fine.
He will find us.
Yeah.
He'll know it.
He'll
was you.
find. He really will.
He'll
Really-
immediately know it was me.
Really, the
Ben-
only
Ben-
person.
I want to know, Ben. What does it feel like knowing that your current character is going to be killed by your former character?
Yeah.
I'm very excited. This is what I live for, you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I'm sure that was your plan the whole time.
Honestly,
No, it was not. I was really hoping this would go well.
Oh.
honestly, the only person who can help you guys really is going to be Vesper. She's the only one who really knows anything about this shit now.
Shit, we should have included Vesper in our talk.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But
Fuck.
oh my god, I have
Maybe-
so much writing to do.
Maybe Vesper's still at. Maybe Vesper's still on Irakel?
Oh, honey.
Well, we'll find out in the morning because
We
I'm gonna have to
can-
use. We're gonna have to send like
Yeah.
5 people. Be like, help, please, help, please, help,
Help,
please.
help, help, help.
Oh,
help, help.
Madam.
If it helps,
Outbreak.
I'm going to the post office anyway.
All right.
Fuck
I'll
I'll just run them all over. I'll just-
Anyway.
Fucking Vodro every single one of them.
To be fair, Noah did not know there was a cistern in the bottom.
And
Didn't we talk about how there was necrotic energy down there? And
Yeah, but that
how,
doesn't mean blood.
No, but it kind of does, because we already
Not
knew
necessarily.
that blood was being drained from these red-headed
Oh.
girls.
That's true.
Yeah, we knew.
The thing.
No, so here's the thing though, is like all the documents that Taiylor has given me indicate that there would be blood in a cistern, but they did not indicate that it would be full of necrotic magic. There was nothing about that in them. We're also under the understanding at this point that all of that was taking place at that other house. So there should
Yeah.
be no reason why there should be a giant well of blood in the bottom of this one.
I appreciate you not metagaming.
Yeah. So I just like there's no reason for Noah to think that there's a giant vat of blood under this house.
There absolutely is.
I can
Oh,
see.
no, I know
Koop
there is
dissociating
now.
right now.
That's absolutely true. Like that Noah doesn't know.
In fact, it's
He's thought this was
specifically
as safe a place
signed
as doing it.
up beyond
The other place he was going to do it was at the collective.
You know what? Noah owns this fucking house, so
Yeah, I do. It's my house, you guys.
We can't just burn it down.
No, I'm gonna burn
We
it down.
can,
You're right.
yeah.
it's not even insured. So it's not like insurance fraud's gonna
Wait,
happen.
Yeah.
doesn't Ulmatum do something fun when exposed to fire?
I
don't
thought that's
remember.
how you get rid of it.
Hold
I
on.
don't even fucking remember.
Oh my god.
How do you? Yeah, it's been so long.
Well, guys,
Everything
Noah-
about Ulmatum.
Why don't we
Also,
wrap up?
Yeah, let's wrap up and then we can talk about it afterwards.
Yeah.
Everything about Ulmatum hurts right now.
I found it. I'll tell you about it in a second.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Let's get the fuck out of here so other people can go and not
Oh,
listen
no.
to this ramble. Okay. Thank you all for joining us for this fucking fantastic session
Don't burn it.
of Atlaran
Don't burn
Adventuring
it.
Company. You can find us on Twitter at AtlaranADVCo. We also have a link tree on screen and in the descriptions of all of our podcasts and VODs. Please check out our Redbubble. Support the stream if you like this manic Skyrim nonsense. We are also currently working on the book version of Campaign 1, the Sleeper campaign. And we are hoping to have it done by March-ish?
Yes.
Something like that? Okay. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Some really fun shit is happening. I cannot wait. We're about to come upon some really ridiculous nonsense, including buckets of blood. Gonna be Carrie up in here.
Oh boy.
Let's see. I believe the only kind of upcoming thing to announce is that we will be pre-recording for the 26th, I believe. So we won't be live, but some of us should be in the chat watching along as it is aired at the normal time, Saturday 11 a.m. Eastern. I think that's all of the general stuff. Astrid, tell us about your book that's coming out.
Hello. Sorry. Hi, my name's Astrid Knight. You can find me basically everywhere at Astrid K Writes or on my website, astridknight.com. Yeah, I got a book. It's coming out. It's called Perception Check, Book 1 of the Mages of Elmira Saga. Do you like D&D? Do you like nerds? Do you not the candy, the people? Do you like being sad?
Do you like hot assholes?
Do you like hot assholes? There's a lot of hot assholes.
Wow. Right
yeah.
on the pavement.
Yeah. Yeah. If so, check out Perception Check. It's about playing TTRPGs and trauma.
Nice.
So
Just like
that's
what
coming-
I caused to the whole group just now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes!
So if you like this, check it out. It's coming out on May 24th. Pre-orders start on April 1st. If you order from my website, you can get a signed copy and some cool shit. Hey.
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 Okay. Ben.
Hi, everybody. I'm Blake R. Wolfe, and my spirit animal is chaos. So yeah, even though it's a different word for spirit animal.
Your
that's less
persona.
racist. Yeah, my persona is chaos. So we're just gonna use that from now on. Yeah, so I write books. You can find me I write fantasy books. You can find me at blakerwolf.com, BLAKERWOLFE.com. I wrote a series called The Crystalline Chronicles. Taiylor, that's Exordium.
Wrong one.
Wrong book. So I wrote a series called Crystalline Chronicles. It's finished.
I already found the other ones.
Book 1 is 99 cents, so you can pick that up on Amazon. They're all on Kindle Unlimited. I also just released that book that Taylor's holding up called Exordium. It just got a new illustrated cover that's better than that one.
It's still good though.
Thanks. Which is
Limbo does
also another epic fantasy kind of deal. And then I just released another book last week before? Don't remember.
Yeah, something.
Released another book called The Grimoire of Kings, which is a portal fantasy. People who get sucked into a magical book and then
You
gotta
write-
get back out.
You write so fast that all my friends think you have a ghostwriter.
Oh, that's nice of them. I do all of it myself, you guys, and
Yeah.
that is actually not a lie. Like
I know.
I don't sleep. So yeah. I think that's all the books I have out. I actually am really close to finishing the second book for Exordium, which is called Arbitrium. And it should be out by the end of the month.
Oh, shit. The end of this month?
The end of this month.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like at 49.5K. Like I'm almost done.
Damn.
So, yeah.
Damn.
Yep. Oh, I can share a new one with you guys. I've been keeping track of my word count. I'm currently on track to write 1 million words this year. I don't know how I'm gonna. I think I'll probably not make it, but
yeah. For you, like 2,000 words is a bad day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like a really good day for me. Like
I did 1,500 yesterday, and I
really
still feel bad about myself. So
I mean, I can write 5,000 in one day, but only once a year.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's me. That's what I do. I write books, everybody.
And he's also one of the writers on the Atlaran book.
Oh yeah, the Atlaran book. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna do that one today or tomorrow, and then I'll have it back to you.
Are we keeping like release date stuff under wraps for right now for that, or?
I mean, Taiylor just said the end of March, possibly.
Yeah, we're keeping it rough.
Okay.
Yeah, it's rough.
Okay.
It's rough. Gale.
Hi, I have crippling depression and crises, both real and fantasy.
Congratulations.
I write horror stories, and I'm planning on releasing my first short story collection in October. It is called Some Empty Houses Might Really Be Haunted. Taiylor is currently editing my book, and I am thoroughly enjoying
a cat.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Sorry.
I am currently very much enjoying the edits that Taiylor is providing, and they are making my book so much better than what it was before. You can find me on Twitter at Zachary G. Author. And that's pretty much it for now.
JY.
Jay? What?
God. My sweater's
and that's me. That's me and what I have going.
Yay!
Yay!
Nice. Koop, tell us a fun thing.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
My name is Zack Koop, and I'm dead inside.
Hi, Zack.
Join the club.
Yep.
I run the stream and all the music and all the fun stuff that's not all the original artwork that Taiylor does. A fun thing to share is I recently purchased this on Amazon. Let me show it to you guys.
Please don't pull out the gun.
Yeah, I was about to say
because there's a bunch of like new books coming out for D&D. They're doing a lot of sales right now. So I got this enormous compendium of books, which it's not enormous compared to the more books I actually have, but this is a fun little thing I got on Amazon. It's holographic cover versions of the Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, and Dungeon Master's Guide. It also comes with this very, very cool DM screen, which is probably too big for me to actually put on the camera, but it's got a big old red dragon on it. And then on the other side is all like the stuff that you always want to have available when you're DMing and whatnot. So
I think I have a version of that set.
It's pretty cool. I got it on sale on a website. But yeah, that's what I have. And the next exciting thing I'm going to do in my life is figure out how I'm going to kill Noah.
Me too. Oh God! But if we do, then we have to deal with the cow or the Wiccan.
Or the chicken, the Wiccan. Yeah. Also, Taiylor, I wanted to mention that, like, I think it's hilarious. Your friends think I get paid enough at my job to afford
Yeah, I was about to
ghostwriters.
say, like,
So I was just
Well,
thinking
a
about
couple
that. I
of
was like,
A couple of them, because I edited the Crystalline Chronicles, a couple of them are like, "Are you your brother's ghostwriter?" I'm like, "No, he doesn't pay me."
you should. Taylor's writing style and mine are so drastically different.
Yeah.
There's no way.
The truth out. Ben is actually Danielle Steele.
oh
Yep.
God, let's
I
not.
am Danielle Steele.
I never want to hear the name Danielle Steele ever again. Not anything against her.
No, I
but
know,
just,
I
like,
know, I know.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Do you like
I
that?
actually, so here's the thing. Blake writes books, and then Ben is his ghostwriter.
Ah, there you go.
Yep.
That explains how you're managing, double the writing is.
They're both
Yeah,
me.
there's two people.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. There's
Titan,
two
get
wolves
your
inside of me.
butt
Both of
off
them
the
are
internet.
losing
Gay.
their minds. Yeah, both of them are gay.
That wasn't my
God,
joke.
Ash, you are such a see you next Tuesday.
That
Holy
wasn't.
shit.
No, that wasn't my joke. That's a meme. There's two wolves inside of you.
God.
Both of them are gay.
I love it.
Yeah,
It's like,
that's
God
not my
damn.
joke.
My God.
Jesus.
Alright, Taiylor.
I why.
Yeah.
What's your stuff?
Hello, everybody. My name is Taiylor Wallace. You can find me on Twitter at. Everybody ready?
I why.
TA.
JY.
Why are you saying JY?
Because it was on
Oh,
the
yeah.
page. It was
Oh,
on
to
the
Jan
page that you
Delarka?
sent me. Yeah, Jan
We even
Delarka.
made an IY joke
That's true.
when JY got set.
Yeah.
Get
Then it wouldn't be. What? I don't
Anyway.
understand the joke.
I'm with you, Koop.
Anyway.
I'm with
Thank
you, Koop.
you.
I is
Yes.
a different
I'm
rune
glad
from Y.
someone's here.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Wouldn't it be
I
IJ?
got you, baby.
It would be IJ.
God.
Because
Anyway.
J and Y are the same rune.
Anyway.
I'm gonna have a stroke now.
You think you're gonna have a stroke? Oh my God. Anyway, TAIYLORWALLACE. That's where you can find me on Twitter. Make sure you misspell Taiylor. You'll never find me. You can also find me if you're a writer. At Sonder_editing or SonderEditing.com because, I edit shit if you can't tell because, all three writers here have had something edited by me.
And they do a wonderful job, and it's affordable.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes.
Moving on. Accept the compliment.
I was just gonna fucking say that.
Yeah.
I did accept the compliment. I said thank you.
They
Stop-
did say thank you.
Stop sidetracking me. But yeah, we will be back next weekend, Saturday, 11 a.m. EST as normal. Why did I say EST? It's Eastern.
Yeah.
You can catch VODs and I know,
Eastern
but
Standard Time.
Eastern is easier
Let them
to.
finish.
EST is problematic. Eastern sounds better.
Why is EST
Why is it
problematic?
problematic?
Because it's staccato. It slows the sentence.
Okay.
Eastern is smoother.
I thought it maybe stood for something else
Yeah,
that
I
was like
thought
slightly
so
racist.
too. When
and I
you
was like,
said
what?
problematic.
But then you said both anyway.
I know, because I
End
corrected
the
myself.
stream!
I corrected myself. Listen,
We're all gonna die
listen,
here, you guys.
Coop, if you were a writer, you would understand. I've yelled this at all three of them before. Like, your stuff needs to sound good when you say it out loud. That's why I correct myself when I say shit. Anyway, you can catch us on Twitch, 11 a.m. Eastern, Saturdays. You can catch our VODs on YouTube. You can catch podcasts on Spotify and other podcast platforms if you so fucking desire. And those are posted on Wednesdays. So join us fucking next week as I kill these people and destroy my 8-year-old world.
What did I do?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
You participated. Take us out.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.